Welcome back to Nintagious. Sorry for the delay. Hope everyone's doing well tonight, having a nice Friday, etc. A couple things I had to get back in order that I had changed stream setting-wise for the races, so I had to get those back in order. And have you ever tried showering it with one hand? My cat scored a hit on me this morning, and it's not bad at all. I've definitely had worse. It's just like a little puncture. But, I threw a Band-Aid on it before I went to sleep and didn't think anything of it. Woke up, took the Band-Aid off to shower, and once, like, the hot water and the shampoo got in there, I was like, okay, that fucking hurts. So all of a sudden I was like, I can only use one hand to shower. This is gonna take significantly longer than it should. So yeah, it sent me a little bit further behind. Where are my golf notes at? Here we go, for scores. I think I played Koopa Troopa like all night last week, right? So I think tonight's gonna be a ninja night, which is gonna make this ranked play standard clubs only. Nice and try hard mode. Piece of cat hair on my nose. Sorry. Yo, it's Theo! It's fucking Theo, dude. Also, hey Theo, hey Volpe. How you guys doing? Anyone else lurking around? It is great to have you. What course were... Oh god. What a way to start. Okay, I guess we're, Alright, I have to get into a completely different mindset now since we have, like, super shots and everything. Okay, this might suck. It's been, like, a month since I've played ranked, so... Also, this match is super laggy. What the fuck? Guy, how's it going? Thank you to all of you for coming to the speedrun races last night, by the way. That stream did, like, significantly better than I expected it to. Well, not significantly better, but it did better than I expected, so...
Nice shot.
Stop rolling, please.
Nice hump. Birdie.
Oh, you gotta believe, baby.
Nice birdie.
Good start, good start. So needless to say, this isn't going to, be a part of our October scoring. We do have a fresh scorecard now that we're in October. I need to get it up on the stream here in a second. Have everyone's handicaps recorded from last week. Oh wait, did they turn special shots off? They actually took special shots out of this. Holy shit. What? I wasn't expecting that. Oh no, I thought I'd make it. That's unfortunate. I should have added some curve. Well, cool. I don't have to worry about that fucking meta anymore. That's amazing. I love it. 10 out of 10.
Nice shot.
I never thought they'd actually change something like that, because I figured they'd be like, no, we want, like Smash Brothers approach, where they're like, no, we don't want you to play it super competitive. We want you to see all there is to see in the game. So Yeah, you gotta use special shots. They probably realized that it was kind of broken from a meta standpoint. Once you get into like S rank, it just becomes sitting there waiting for each other to use special shots indefinitely, and it's really stupid. So good on them for paying attention.
Nice shot.
See if I can get this like actually display correctly. That would be lovely. This might suck. This might be a suck shot.
Nice shot.
Yep, suck shot. Alright, so if I do it like that, and then do this, there we go. Oh, it looks lovely. It looks lovely. This shot doesn't look lovely. This shot is complete and total fucking garbage. And, whoa. Lag. Someone in this room, and I'm pretty sure it's not Theo, and I'm pretty sure it's not me, is lagging like fucking crazy. It's either Jay over there or Hyrule 101. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, like, just take the loss here, just in the interest of getting the fuck out of this pit, I think. There's, like, not an elegant way of doing this. Unless... Nah, even banking off of that wall seems like an impossibility. I think at best, I could try to chip it, like, real hard and, like, bank it. It could have been worse, I guess, but it was also still awful. And you're timed now? What the fuck? That's unfortunate. Okay, gotta go fast. I mean, that's a good thing, because, yeah, now people... I mean, it seems kind of silly, because already people aren't gonna stall as much as they were, because you don't have special shots now. But it's still... Oh, fuck, dude. It's still probably a good thing, just in case anyone's, like, fucking idle or something. Well, that sucks. I kind of threw it all away at the end there. I would have been in second if I wouldn't have completely botched that, but okay. I respect the ranked changes. It kind of sucks that unless they're about to blow me away with a scoring system revamp too, the scoring system is probably still pretty arbitrary, which is unfortunate. Yeah, unless you can, like, actually lose points now, which I don't expect to see happen. It's still gonna be completely arbitrary. Okay, I'm fucking thirsty. Let me get my drink ready real quick. And, Oh, Volpe, you're saying, like, do they match you up with people that are, like, close to where you are in the world? In this game, probably not. Because lag is less of an issue in this game. Realistically, you can play with someone with Australia, and it's not going to be that big of a deal. Like, it's going to be laggy, but it's completely playable just due to the nature of golf. So they probably don't do that in the interest of matching people up faster. In Missouri. So you're Central Time? Right. Also, Blue. How's it going? I guess, yeah, I can start filling out the card here. Adding you guys. I didn't want to start, like... I didn't want to go ahead and add everyone and then have it be that, like, someone was just not here. I'm hoping that... I think the plan here is that eventually we'll be able to average everyone's handicaps out over time and then have, like, not have to continuously update them. We'll just be like, well, this is continuously around where we perform, so that's what we can keep our scores at.
Ready?
But we'll see how that goes. So this should be in... Well, don't courses change, like, once an hour? What was that Koopa player doing? He fucking killed that thing. No, because courses just changed and it's only 9:30. Maybe they change every 30 minutes now, since there's more courses. But anyway, if we go long enough, we're probably gonna see the new courses here, which will be pretty wild. Glad the weekend's here. Man, like, I still, like, feel bad because I hope you're not, like, losing your enjoyment of school. I feel like you're one of the rare... Theo's in here again, by the way. Someone's stalking. I feel like you're one of the rare people that I've met that actually has enjoyed school. So when I hear you say that you're glad the weekend's here, I'm like, man, you used to be like, I can't wait for Monday. I remember you, like, actually saying, I can't wait for vacation to be over so I can go back to school. Oh, how things change. Also, are these the, amateur courses? I think they might be. I mean, to be fair, like, you are a freshman, and, like, freshmen are probably not going to enjoy things, because people tend to be pretty hard on the new blood and all that shit, as shitty as that is.
Ready?
Matt's sign made me realize they should put Candy Kong in this.
Nice approach.
I don't think she's been playable in any of these games. Although Cranky hasn't been either, so I still firmly believe that Cranky's the play.
Nice birdie.
Man, that one was super fast. Nice. I will take and be happy with that. They didn't change where ranked rewards are, though. You still have to get to A-. Oh, I guess I didn't even note. I actually, at the end of the stream last night, I popped over to Mario Golf just to see what the ranked rewards were. So I guess I didn't think to address that tonight. But they are different Toad colors. Which, I like to play Toads, so that works. Although, he's Superstar Clubs now, so I probably won't be playing him anymore for a while. Oh, and it even shows you a little icon so that you know that they're on your friends list. That's cool. Oh, there's other freshmen that are giving you trouble, too. And yeah, that's unfortunate that, like, you can't even, like, defend yourself because you can get in just as much trouble.
Ready?
They tend to have this horrible attitude of, like, fighting is wrong even if you're not the one instigating it. I would love if I'm pretty sure these are the amateur courses. I'd love to get a hole-in-one on one of these while we're here. Which I don't think you could see the amateur courses before.
Ready? Nice approach.
I like that. I do think that was a nice shot. Thank you. Man, I like this shirt, but the collar is so itchy. I don't know what it is about it. I think it might just be the fabric. Like, I hesitated before putting it on, and I was like, this shirt always itches me. And I was like, nah, give it a shot. It's been a while. No, it's already scratchy and annoying. Yeah, these courses are so unfamiliar. I'm, like, almost certain that these are, the amateur courses. Dude, it was so close. I want it.
Birdie. Nice birdie.
This is a good example of how fucked up our handicaps would get if we were to do the amateur courses on New Donk. Man, I might be able to get through ranks faster tonight, just due to the fact that we're on amateur, not only on New Donk, but on amateur New Donk, because these courses will just not take as long. But in theory, we're probably getting the same amount of points, right? So... maybe even better, since I'm, like, gonna be consistently getting birdies. Yeah, they have to be. I'm surprised by that, because I didn't think you could see the amateur courses in ranked before. Maybe they changed that. Maybe they made it that it changes depending which rank you are or something. Maybe it was always like that, and I just never saw them until I was already a higher rank. Yeah, like, we're already almost B rank. So I don't think... we'll probably get the skins in, like, under an hour tonight, if I had to guess. And then we can move on to multiplayer. Unfortunately, this time I was the 4th player, so Theo missed out on this one. Oh, Blue, did you, there was a Children of Morta update this week, wasn't there? Or last week or something? Did you check that out yet? If you even knew that it was a thing. I don't know what they actually added. I just saw on Steam that there was an update.
Ready?
It might not have even been a very large update, to be fair. That didn't count for the wind enough.
Nice approach. Birdie.
Yeah, let me check.
Nice birdie.
Yes.
Let's see that. I'll go check their Twitter, that makes sense.
Ready?
That might be too hard.
Nice shot.
Or is it that they announced a DLC update. Now I'm not sure.
Birdie.
They announced a paid DLC.
Wow.
Nice birdie.
Yes.
Ready?
It looks like it was a pretty small update. It looks like there is a new playable character, but apparently you only get that if you backed the game on Kickstarter. That's probably way too hard again. That wasn't bad, actually. Looks like they have, like, new localizations and stuff, so it was a pretty small update. What? Fuck.
Right.
But then, yeah, they did announce that, like, full DLC update, too, so that's pretty neat. I don't know how I did there. I was on autopilot. I'll take it. The amateur courses, who cares, right? I don't know when the paid DLC is gonna be out. Looks like it's only $5 though, which is not bad. Right back. Let's keep going. Did you get settled? Do you want to join us? You want to join us tonight? You want to join us tonight? I don't think having the... Well, I guess it doesn't look terrible. You can actually see my games lined up and stuff. It throws the lighting all off, though. It's, like, super blown out now. Maybe I shouldn't leave that open. Oh, come on. I want it so hard. It just won't give it to me. I can't get it just right. Oh, I mean, it's kind of balancing out. Now it looks bad again. Never mind. I don't know, baby. And unfortunately, I have to move so that they can see you anyway, so it's maybe not super productive, huh? You are cute, though.
Ready?
Oh, I don't like this. I mean, it's fine, but...
Nice approach. Birdie. Nice.
One of us needs to get a hole-in-one on one of these. I mean, like, we're not gonna see it if Theo does it now. Even if he's in the even if he's in the room, there's a good chance we're not gonna see it. But at least it's not cold enough to be snow yet, guy. I guess. Also, rain is awesome, but you know. But if it's so hard that it's like there's like warnings in effect, like I'm guessing flood warnings. That's kind of unfortunate. Is there a neon stadium in this? You're probably thinking of the Battle Golf Stadium, which we like barely saw because I think I played Battle Golf like twice.
Nice approach. Birdie.
I basically finished campaign mode and like
Nice birdie.
then unlocked battle golf for me, and I played like 2 rounds, I think, and then that was basically it. I was like, okay. That was cool, I guess. And then I moved on with my life.
Aww.
I do wonder if they're ever gonna like add a big update to campaign at any point, or if they're gonna do anything more there. I'm assuming not, but they've already surprised me with a couple updates here, so. Like, I'm kind of adoring the fact that they turned special shots off. I'm guessing they're still on for speed golf. They're just off for standard. Which makes a lot of sense, in my opinion. Now this is just, like, normal fucking golf. And world ranks all over the place because there's so many people playing. I don't think it actually, like, tells you anywhere. And you can't use special shots in motion either. So that was a very, like, stealth change, I think. And yeah, it looks like courses change every 30 minutes now, so that makes sense, considering the fact that there's just more courses now. Oh yeah, it's a special shots off right there. I wonder if it's like... I don't know, I hope that's permanent. I think this feels way better. I was not a fan of having special shots on. Yeah, there wasn't like there weren't 18 holes in the Neon Stadium. There should be. That would be cool.
Ready?
Yikes. Was this like the first non-birdie I've had? That's unfortunate.
Nice par.
We'll just have to bring it back with a hole-in-one or something.
Ready?
Easy peasy.
Nice shot. Nice on. Birdie. Nice birdie.
I'm glad that we happened to get New Donk, because that's going to make this go a lot faster. I think of the first golf night we did in September, where we did ranked, I think that took like an hour and 45 or something like that. Like, it wasn't quick. shouldn't have backspun. Fuck. Should have hit it harder.
Pin shot.
I was trying to go for the flag. I'm getting all, like, fancy instead of just playing it safe.
Nice par.
That was probably my worst round so far, but I was still 1 under, so it's not necessarily bad. I think I'm gonna have to close this kitty. I don't really like having it. You are adorable, though. You are adorable, though. Yeah, it looks like the rank system is still, like, very much arbitrary. It's very much a linear path, and you can't, like, drop or anything like that, But hey, the improvements they've already made are pretty nice, so... No, you don't have to come over here. You're so precious. You're so precious. No. I don't need you getting any fancy ideas about... Oh, I can jump up in your lap in the middle when you're trying to stream and you don't know it's coming and then claws. Yeah, we're not gonna encourage that. We're not gonna. You are adorable, but we're not gonna encourage that. How about after this round, I pick you up and you can come say hi to everyone. You're
Ready?
Oh, Metroid Dread is next week. So it's worth pointing out that we're gonna do golf on Saturday next week, since... Well, that could change, because it kind of depends on if they deliver my copy of Metroid Dread on time or not. If they don't, then we'll probably just do golf Friday night. But if they do, we'll do Metroid Friday night, and then we'll do golf Saturday night. Yo, there it is.
Wow. Hole in one.
Easy. Easy every time. First try.
Ready?
16-mile-an-hour wind? What the fuck happened? I think it's raining outside, too. Believe it or not. Either that or it's just kind of windy.
Nice shot.
When's Metroid Dread coming out? Next Friday. 1 week exactly.
Nice on. Birdie.
But as with most game releases, I tend to just order through Amazon and have them deliver on release day. But sometimes they fuck that up, and it just, like, doesn't... It either just doesn't get here, or they deliver it to the wrong address, or there's a multitude of ways that could go wrong, and have gone wrong in the past. Like, you guys have seen it in action. I can't remember which games. I think Luigi's Mansion 3 was late, and we couldn't play it release night. I think that was one of them. Yeah, sometimes stuff just, like... Sometimes they just deliver it to the wrong address. Sometimes... Yo!
Wow. Hole in one.
Easy peasy. Because I mentioned before that, like, my apartment's, like, located in a weird spot, and sometimes they just have a hard time finding the place. It's like if you imagine... Like, you know how, like, most streets are organized, right? Where it's... You'll have, like, house 101 on the left, and then 102 on the right, and then 103 on the left, and then 104 on the right. This is set up more that it's like 101, 102, 103, 104. It's like back between two houses, and then it goes back to normal. So sometimes they'll just be like, we can't find 104, we'll just leave it at 103 instead. Which is always annoying. And then every now and then, it just doesn't come at all, and then they're just like, it'll be there Monday, I guess. Hey, Ninja Clubs. Man, this is a quick way to get clubs. This is a quick, like, legitimate way to get clubs, instead of that, like, those other weird farming routes we've come up with. At least here you're, like, actually playing golf, right? Now, granted, it might have been so fast because it was New Donk, so we'll see what happens now that we're on a different course. So yeah, anyway, Friday is gonna be kind of up in the air there, because ideally before I go to sleep Friday morning, I'll know what we're gonna be doing Friday night, and I'll be able to update the stream accordingly. That way everyone will know in advance, like, what we're gonna be playing. It'll either be Metroid or Golf, just depending on if my copy of Metroid gets here or not.
Ready?
Okay, I don't know these courses very well just yet. I mean, we played them, like, twice last week. But, well, 2 nights last week. Let me rephrase that. I should have hit that harder, I'm pretty sure. Or not. I should have just aimed better. That's also fair. Whatever, I got 2 holes in one, and... Holes in one? Hole in ones? I don't know which one it is. I'm going to continue preferring to abbreviate and call them Hios. And,
Ready?
you can't stop me. Where the fuck are we going? This map is, like, kind of overwhelming, I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of like, what is happening? Whoa, dude.
Nice shot.
Hit it so hard it lagged the game. I should have hit that harder, I'm pretty sure. But I think we might be fine. Yeah. I think it was a little downhill, so I think I got saved. It was, in fact, a little downhill. This might be my last round. I was, like, really close to A-, right? So we might be good to switch to multiplayer after this. Maybe? If Blue is ready and if Theo's done with his ranked grind. These greens suck. These greens are, like, pretty rough. But I'm, like, fairly confident that I'm probably going to be better at these courses than most other players, I say, as King Babam is beating me, so that's an issue. Oh, you're working on them too, Blue? Okay. I might just keep going then until everyone's ready. Maybe I'll switch to Koopa Troopa too and try to get his standard clubs as well. Just to get it done.
Nice shot.
Yikes, that was close. higher next. It's very uphill.
Nice shot.
Toward the tree. Oh, baby, that approach.
Excellent. Birdie.
That's some good shit.
Nice birdie.
I think that's a respectable score. I'm happy with that. So he got -3, so that sucks. For me. I guess I'll take a solid second, though. It's probably still more than enough points that I need. Hey, they have those fat Hammer brothers in the crowd now. I don't think I ever noticed that before. I feel like that would be a cool playable character, but it might be too similar to Charge and Chuck. I might need one more, actually. Yeah, I was wrong. I thought I was one away. I am gonna switch to Koopa Troopa and get him. Because he's not far away. Not that it particularly matters, I guess, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I don't know who I'm even gonna play tonight. I don't know if I'm gonna focus on the new characters again, or if I'm just gonna, like, go back to my ordinary rotation of just cycling through characters. Maybe that. It's the same guy. I kind of wish World Rank just meant more. It's not. It's only a measure of how many points you get, right? Not a measure of like how good you are. Or how well you perform. It's like, even if you just like double bogey every single hole, you're still going to get points in the long run. It's kind of a bummer. I'm a little worried I might hit that tree, but I think with the wind we can skim around it. I think this should be fine. Let the big dog eat. You think October's gonna be interesting? How so? What do you mean? Are you looking forward to what we'll be playing on the channel? Because that's what I want to hear. I'm looking forward to what we're going to be playing on the channel. Even though I haven't fully announced all of it just yet. But that's the fun, right? Oh god, this slope I hadn't noticed.
Nice shot.
It's hard, but I did backspin, so we're fine.
Nice on. Birdie.
All right.
I probably shouldn't have hit that hard, but I should also probably just believe. Oh, more of games coming out in October. So you're not excited about what we're going to be playing on the stream. Okay, I see. I see how it is. I'm fucking with you.
Ready?
Yeah, like that's coming out and Fatal Frame's coming out at the end of the month, I guess. I don't know what else is coming out this month. I'm sure there's other stuff, but those are the only two I can think of off the top of my head. The Age of Calamity DLC's coming out, like, mid-October, I guess. Fuck, dude! And N64 Online, yeah, whenever that may be. I think they said late October, so probably not soon. Oh no. I thought I'd hit it higher than that. I should have curved it. Probably that might not have been enough either. I guess there's that Animal Crossing Direct potentially too. I know I'm not like super duper interested. Like I'm curious. That's about it. I'm in a perfect world, the last Smash character will make me be like, all right, I'm buying the second DLC pack. But I don't think that's gonna happen. I think it's gonna be another just very underwhelming character. That I'm just gonna be like, Smash doesn't matter to me anymore. I'm done.
Ready?
Also, let Sakurai make, like, a different game now. For a change of pace. Give him a chance to flex his, game design muscles.
Nice shot.
Don't just throw a fucking Switch Pro dev kit in his hands and say, okay, next Smash, let's go. Oh god. Fucking curve, though.
Nice on.
Sadly, the Deep Rock update isn't until November. It's early November, but...
Nice birdie.
The 4th gen remake is in November, isn't it? Or is it in October? I think it's in November. And then Advance Wars is December, I think. I'm pretty sure Pokemon's like like I don't know why this sticks out to me, but I want to say November 19th. For some reason that date is like just in my head. I'm like, yeah, that's when it is. Yeah, November 19th. Nailed it. Oh, what you doing, Rosalina? Advance Wars is December 3rd. Why do I have to confirm my fucking age again? Just remember it, dude. Fatal Frame is October 28th. We also now have a price point. It's going to be $40, which is not bad. That's not bad. That's about, like, what I was hoping for. I didn't want to see it be $60. 40 is, like, maybe. That's maybe still a little high for the type of game it is. And by that, I mean the fact that it's, like, a story-focused game that's probably not terribly long. And you probably don't have much of a reason to replay it. But, 40's not bad. 40's not bad. That's aight. Even its little bow tie changes, dude. I love it. We done? Why is there a little... Why is there a check mark on August, but September has like a little spinny arrow? Anyway, I just wanted to see how far I got in September, because I couldn't remember, and I did only take it up to A. I went ham in August. Alright, so you two are still working on yours, right? Theo, you said you're in your last one. Blue, you probably still have one more, too. So I think I'm gonna do one more. Maybe two. Maybe I'll go ahead and... Well, I could always just run one with Koopa Troopa when we're doing multiplayer to get him his Star Clips. He'll be 16 on the 21st. You can drive soon? That's scary. Man. This is probably gonna be a thing that's gonna come up a lot, like, throughout my streaming career, but it's crazy that, like, you were 13 when you started watching the channel. Oh, no. I wasn't really sure how to approach this. We're just gonna try and... Like, this is probably not gonna go super well. We're just gonna try and kill it. And I don't think it's gonna work, but we're... Yeah, you know what? Let's not. I don't like that idea. It's gonna go a little too low, I think, and I don't think it's necessarily gonna make it to where it needs to be. Yeah, I don't think that would have worked, because that barely worked.
Nice. Nice shot.
Whoa, that was almost a very good save.
Nice par. Ready?
I don't want to get Fatal Frame or not. How interested would you guys be in watching a game like Fatal Frame?
Nice shot.
Because it is essentially a horror game, right? And that's not necessarily a game that... Oh, no. What have I done? That's not necessarily a genre that I really dabble in, like, at all. So I have no idea how interested people would be in watching it. That save, though.
Not chipping.
That save, though. Nice shot. Nice shot. But I'd say that, like... I think that might actually be, like... It's not gonna happen very often where I'm gonna be, like... Typically when it comes to new games coming out, either I want it or I don't want it, right? But I think that's actually one where it's like, how much you guys want to see it is actually going to make a pretty big difference on if I want to get it or not. Ooh, it's not. Blue. It's a horror franchise that it's been on a couple of different platforms. This one that's about to come out is the one that came out on Wii U, but was it ever localized? It wasn't, right? Or was it localized and it was only available digitally? Anyway, it's a horror game, and like the focus is kind of like something to do with ghosts and photography. I don't know a lot about it, and I think that's for the best. If I'm going to get it, I think that's the type of game I'd prefer to go into completely blind and have no idea what I'm getting into. I think. But I just don't know how it's going to stream. I don't know how well it would do. Both in terms of how much you guys would enjoy watching it, and in terms of would it pull in new viewers. Like, I have no idea. And 40 is maybe a little high as far as, like, leap of faith purchase goes. And yeah, I guess it makes sense for me to wait until both of you are ready, because we don't want to necessarily start a round of 6 if, like, Blue's only gonna be, like, 3 more minutes or something like that. So Theo, you said you are done. Blue, how much more do you have to go? And it kind of sucks, like, there's a part of me that wants to watch someone play some more Fatal Frame to get an idea of, like, should I get this? But I also, I don't want to, I like the fact that I have very low not low expectations, but I have no idea what to expect as far as the game goes. And I kind of want to keep it like that. I think that would be the way to experience it. But at the same time, I have no idea if I'm going to like it. Oh, you're so cool. No. Put the claws away. You already nabbed me real good this morning. Oh, you're so good. Alright, I should probably close this again. I don't know, though. You're so adorable. You're so adorable. Even if I have to move for people to see you, maybe I should leave it open. What do you think? There's a girl. There's a girl. Do you remember when you used to lay up here, like, every single night? You're such a precious lazy kid. You're such a precious lazy kid. Those claws. They're terrifying. You're precious. You have one more match? Okay, I'm gonna sneak one more in. So it was released here, it was digital only. And it was just, since it was the Wii U, it was like not super obtainable. Yeah, I have no idea on that game, and I don't know that many people that know a lot about it. to be able to get a good impression of, like, hey, should I take the plunge on this? Wow, we got a CPU player. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before, to be honest. Yeah, like I said, I don't want to dive too much into it because I like the fact that I don't know much about it. So if I were to pick it up, I really just have no idea what I'm getting into.
Nice shot.
And I think that type of game, that's the way you should approach it. Fuck, dude. I thought I'd be fine. I also thought I would be fine. This is bad. Didn't I get stuck in this bunker last week, too? For, like, an unusual amount of time. We're just gonna kill it, because I really want to get out of this bunker. Like, I don't even care where I wind up, as long as I'm not in this bunker anymore.
Nice.
Yeah, like, one of the few people I know that know anything about Fatal Frame is Eno, and Eno thinks that, like, he thinks that you guys wouldn't really care for it. He thinks it isn't, like, a good match for this audience. And it's hard to say because I never play anything like that, so it's like, I don't really know how you guys would feel about it. Even, I played Little Nightmares 2 Halloweens ago, but even that isn't, like, it's not the same type of horror. That's more of a, man, everybody got fucked on that hole really hard. That's more of, like, a psychological kind of horror, I think. And maybe that's what Fatal Frame is, for all I know. I don't know. But that game's more, like, creepy and unsettling than it is outright, like, horror. And I guess I don't remember how you guys felt about that when I played it, because that was already 2 years ago.
Nice shot.
I had fun with it. But I don't remember what the turnout was like or anything like that. And that's probably the only thing even close to horror that I've ever played on the channel.
Nice shot.
So yeah, it's tough to know. It's tough to know if that would be a... I mean, on one hand, that's the appeal of variety, right? Is you never know what you're gonna get, but... I also don't know how long it is. If it's like a 40-hour game, I don't know if I'd want to be playing it for that long if people aren't that into it. So yeah, I don't know, it's tricky. I'm probably going to wait and hope that it goes on sale at some point, and then I'll get it. Because if I pick it up for like 20 bucks, then it's gonna be like, well, what do I have to lose? Alright, that's a good comeback for me.
Ready?
This could also be a pretty good comeback, I think. This is like, I'm facing a tree, right? Where is that tree? It's like right in front of me, right? Okay, so curving over that is probably going to not go very well. This might work a little bit better. Excuse me. Allergies are not happy tonight, it seems. Oh no. Well. Say, you better stop blowing by the time I hit this. Fuck, dude. I gotta stop, like, relying on backspin so much. It, like, gets me in trouble more often than it doesn't. I think. Oh, that's not bad. If I would have, like, scanned the green, I probably could have made that work. But I was in a rush. Well, basically the only reason I didn't lose there is because everyone sucked more than I did. Don't know how to feel about that. Don't know how to feel about that. Everyone did very poorly on that. That was a tough set of holes, for sure. The AI actually beat the player. The player characters. That's wild. I was gonna say, could I see a little flat A rank before we stop? But I don't think that's gonna be the thing. Yeah, I think we're gonna pivot to multiplayer now. No, the AI didn't win. I still beat the AI, but it beat the other players. We did get Koopa his Star Club, so that's neat. Man, you get crazy experience or character points from doing ranked. I wonder if you get extra points from doing ranked. That's like, I think that's like the way to level the characters up. It's just a shame that like you don't feel like the ranking actually means anything. I'd probably play a lot of ranked if I felt like that was actually representative of like my skill level, but it like definitely isn't. They still have to make it that you can, like... just save the lobby name, so I don't have to set this up all the time. Alright. Let's boogie. While you guys are joining, I'm not gonna... Yeah, I guess I'll throw the break screen up really quick. I'm gonna go take a quick bathroom break, get a drink refill, and probably close the curtain. You're adorable. You're so cute. You're so cute. Look at you. Maybe I shouldn't close the curtain, because you're just hamming it up for the camera tonight. Hey. What do you think? You're goofy. purring. Purr, 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 purr. So precious. Don't back me up.
You want attention, you just didn't want that attention. You want attention, you just didn't want it. Oh, you guys are cool. Like that.
Keep the cat, forget the curtain. It just sucks because I have to like move so you can see her. It's not and having the curtain open is like causing my lighting to be like shit. Yeah, scores are reset. So handicaps will be based on last week at every time. So like handicaps next week will be based on performance this week. We'll still keep a total score for the month. As I mentioned earlier, ideally, we'll be able to balance out handicaps over time to be like, well, I just consistently perform 2 under, so I'll eventually be able to stop mathing it out, I think. But for now, we'll see what happens. Do I want to take a break before we start? Just a short one. Yeah, I think I'm going to. And then we'll get settled and we can really sink our teeth in. So, stay tuned. I'll make it quick. I won't be too long. And then we'll jump in when I get back. Alright. We will add Pauline to the scoreboard, I think. She was also negative too. I think the AI are like the most consistent play. Like, they're way more consistent than we are. Probably should have checked to make sure you guys were back before I hit go. Never mind, we're here. I guess I'll put one in with Toad, I guess. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know if I like the blue or the yellow more. They're both pretty good. They're both pretty good. And I guess I technically don't have to hold myself to standard clubs right now either. I'll still just use, like, basic. You know what? I'm gonna use Superstar. Fuck it. I'm gonna give myself the full kit right now. So I'm technically not in the lead, so... Unfortunately, I hate to break it to you, Volpe, it's not gonna be the green Toad. That's probably the one I care for the least. I don't know, it's not bad. Where do we want to go? Just a simple Balmy Dunes to start it out? Maybe? Apparently we played Wild Weather as much as Balmy Dunes, which I don't really believe. I definitely want to do more of the new courses, but I want to spread it around a little bit more tonight too, I think. We're not going to focus on just the new courses. Try and do maybe like one of each. I mean, I don't know what we're gonna do with New Donk City yet. We did try that last week, I think. And New Donk City, like, fucks up the handicap system, like, in a hurry. So I don't really know if we're just gonna avoid New Donk or what.
Ready?
I don't know if I necessarily want to hit it that far. Especially with the wind fighting me. I think I want to try to land it, like, right there instead.
Nice shot.
That statue might be in the way, but... we can make it work. Level of simple is weird. I don't know, I think this course is pretty simple compared to, like, the new stuff. Or even Bowser Highlands. It's clearly not, like, Bonnie Green's, but... I think those courses would just fuck up our handicap in the long run. Bonnie Green's might not be that bad. We might need to, like, turn the wind up or something to keep it from getting out of hand. I think the rookie course and New Donk City is just gonna screw up the handicaps. And I think the reason New Donk screws up the handicap is because they're all par 3. Bonnie Green's isn't like that. And even the rookie course isn't like that. So, I don't know. Maybe. Maybe we can mess with that a little bit tonight. Oh no, this is beautiful. I love it. That might be too hard. Here's hoping.
Shot.
It is a little too hard, but it's not bad.
Nice on.
This sucks. I hate this. Oh no. Well,
Nice shot.
you hate to see it. You do hate to see it. Comedy of Errors, episode 2 is... What the fuck?
Excellent.
Excuse me?
Nice shot.
Oh no.
Nice on.
Good luck. Good luck, Blue. You might have to just, like, take some shots just to get yourself out of this bad situation. I mean, it's a better shot to shoot from than what you had before. Like, I don't know if that's what you were trying to do, but it's probably your best bet, so. Oh no. Oh no, not like this. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! Stop. This is so... What an unfortunate beginning to to October. Oh boy. There you go. That's unfortunate. Look on the bright side, with the handicap, it's technically only stroke 5. I was about to say, I don't think Theo can believe what he just saw. Or he's actively in the process of clipping it right now. Oh, that's unfortunate. That was pretty close. Yeah, you have to clip on bone, don't you?
Too bad.
Boy.
Birdie.
That's unfortunate. All we can really say is good luck and wish you the best. Here's an idea. Since I don't really know which characters I'm gonna play as tonight anyway, does anyone have any character requests? Anyone, like, have a certain character you really want to see in action? I was thinking that it might have been too long.
Nice birdie. Nice shot. Nice on.
I'm happy with that. Whack.
Nice shot.
Yikes.
Nice on. Nice on.
Alright, hole in one, Blue.
Nice
This is how you, this is the beginning of your comeback. That's not a hole in one. Oh no. Don't know me. You just gotta believe. That's a pretty good shot.
birdie.
Nice.
Nice birdie. Birdie. Nice birdie. Birdie. Nice par. Nice par.
Yes.
Well, you didn't make it worse. Got 9 strokes.
Ready? Nice shot.
It happens to the best of us, don't get me wrong. Yeah, I think most of the humanoid characters have the one glove. Unless you just mean, like, the design of it. Oh no. Wow, panel. That's unfortunate. Oh no. Not like this. Yep, exactly like this. Okay. I'm just gonna not I'm not gonna say anything about that one. I just I guess that technically counts as saying something about it, but whatever.
Nice shot.
Cause it's quicksand, Blue. You're supposed to stay at fuck. You're supposed to stay out of that. I don't think you're gonna get another +5. At least you shouldn't. How did you do when you were playing ranked? I'm just excited that the AI is probably not going to win now. I mean, I don't think they were necessarily going to, but that penalty is probably going to hurt them.
Nice approach.
Maybe you do just, maybe you are just starting to hate this map. Maybe that's all there is to it. Stop. Thank you.
Birdie.
What? Oh, no, that was like a legitimate shot. Okay.
Nice par.
Okay, that's fair. The fact that she still managed to par is pretty impressive.
Both.
Oh, boy.
Man, no rank has me all, like, thrown off. Because I thought this was, like, the last hole already.
Nice par. Nice par. Ready?
We do have an interesting dynamic tonight, because this could be, like, the first time where we're gonna have to rotate who can't use special clubs. If I, like, at the moment, it's looking like it's still gonna be me, but that could definitely change, is what I'm getting at. I forgot I had that melty scent thing going. And it just, all of a sudden, I was like, oh, I smell it. It smells nice. You just gotta believe, Blue. You just gotta believe.
Nice shot.
Oh, man. I actually wanted to start the stream, like, really early tonight, because that's how, like, hyped up I was to play, but... Didn't sleep super great, and then, you know... Everything went as expected after that.
Nice shot.
I think I hit that too hard. That's probably in the rough. Maybe not. It's looking promising. Not bad. I'm happy with that. Gotta listen to my own advice and just believe.
Nice shot. Nice shot. Great.
Oh, this is sketchy. Oh, never mind.
Great. Nice approach. Eagle punch.
Oh, we're both at Eagle opportunities, aren't we? Oh, this is pretty hype. I didn't... But so is Pauline, really. I'm fairly certain Pauline's gonna botch the putt, though, if I had to guess. Yeah, case in point. Exhibit A. There, like, that putt couldn't have been more incorrect. I guess she could have turned around and shot it in the completely wrong direction, but, that wouldn't have been much worse. I'm not fairly confident in my ability to hit this putt, to be totally honest, but here goes. Just gotta believe, baby!
Nice eagle.
You just gotta believe.
Birdie.
I think a part of the problem is, especially on nights like tonight, with golf, I just want to, like, kick back and relax.
Nice.
And that inevitably just makes me tired. Because I get comfy and I'm just like, oh man. This new chair is almost too comfortable, is what I'm getting at. Yeah, I'm tempted to try it out on PC when I eventually re-up Game Pass and just see how it compares.
Ready?
Because I don't think that the PS4 version looks bad, but it could definitely look better. Point.
Nice shot.
I'm looking forward to, like, they're completely redoing the like, equipment system and everything. I'm looking forward to that, because I think that's my leading problem with the game, is I don't find, like, the end game gameplay loop to be terribly exciting. I don't find the equipment... This sucks. I don't find the equipment to be, like... I don't find the act of, like, farming for new loot to be terribly satisfying because of how the loot's set up in that game. So I think it definitely needs a rework, and I hope they rework it for the better. I think that's the next update that's coming. Although I'm also discouraged because one of the upcoming updates is, like, they're adding raids, and I'm like, I don't really... I enjoy the game as a single-player game. I really don't want them to add more stuff that, like, you have to play with other people. If they start pushing it really hard as it's a multiplayer game, I'm probably going to lose interest in it entirely. I don't know. I haven't read about it too much. I should keep up with it more than I do. So I'm trying to find their... trying to navigate the way to their Twitter so I can check for that. I wonder if I should check out the Guardians of the Galaxy game that they're making. I haven't been keeping up with that, and I think that's coming out, like, this month, maybe? I don't care about the Guardians of the Galaxy that much, I guess is the problem there. Not bad.
Nice song. Nice shot.
Try to scan back and find the latest roadmap that they posted. There it is. September was 1 year anniversary. Fall, winter. Raids, Spider-Man. Power level cap increase, reworked system for resources and gear upgrading. And earnable cosmetics. That's pretty big, too. So you'll actually be able to, like, naturally earn those in-game instead of only being able to buy them. That's pretty large as well. I think that'll do a lot for replayability and, like, actually making me feel like playing the game and grinding means something. So I'll actually be able to, like, be earning stuff and be like, oh, look, I got a thing. You'll get that dopamine fix. It's important for games like that.
Nice.
I don't know, they're specifically saying that Claw is the first raid. What makes that different than the Omega level threats, though? That's valid.
Birdie.
So hey, Alexander, how's it going? I haven't heard much about the Guardians game. I see a lot about it on Twitter, like, of like marketing, but I just haven't been keeping up with it because I don't particularly care about those characters as much. And while I do enjoy the Avengers game, I don't necessarily find myself wanting more, I guess is what it comes down to. And it is the same developer as far as I know. So it's kind of like, you kind of assume it's going to be more of the same thing, right? For better or worse.
Nice birdie.
Yikes, Theo, what happened? I know you had that first out-of-bounds shot. Did you wind up out of bounds the second time?
Birdie.
And yeah, Volpe, that's the thing, is like, I don't think that loop in Avengers wasn't satisfying. Like, leveling up, getting stronger gear, the goal wasn't satisfying enough. There was things to work towards, but the end result wasn't enough to be like, yeah, I did it. So I think that's something that the game needs to improve. And it sounds like that's what they are improving, which is good. I think the core game is good. It's just it needs a better like post game gameplay loop. That's something it like completely lacks at the moment. Yeah, it does feel like we get this hole like every single time we play this course. Oh, I thought it was, like, even Square Enix aside, I thought it was, like, the same developers. Maybe it's just that it's kind of collaborative. And maybe Crystal Dynamics is helping with it or something. But yeah, like, when we returned to Avengers for the Wakanda expansion, like, I had a lot of fun, but ultimately I still hit that wall of it just felt like I was grinding arbitrarily, and it wasn't really, like, there wasn't a payout. It didn't feel like it was worth it. Oh, are they, like, complete... I should look into the game more. Because I just haven't. I just assumed that it was a similar type of game, which was foolish. But see, that's the problem. I don't think Star-Lord's a terribly interesting character, so... I feel like... I don't know, it might not be for me. Worked out really well.
Nice on.
But he was the guy from the... He's Mario, dude! How could you not like him? He's Mario. I think the thing with the Guardians is like it's a Mario and Rabbids kind of thing where I'd rather play as all of the other characters. Like Gamora's awesome. I think she's a really cool character. And Groot would probably be super fun to play as too. Well, this is an interesting ride we're going on.
Nice approach.
I guess voice cast might be important too. I don't know who's playing the characters, but that's like also important.
Birdie.
I only see voice actors for Gamora and Star-Lord, and I've never heard of either of these people. Which I'm not that knowledgeable about voice actors, so that's not terribly surprising, but... Hey Looney, how's it going? It's free, just put it in. Just send it home.
Nice birdie. Nice par. Nice par.
Oh, we done. Hold on. Well, I don't even have to record Theo's. No, I do have to record Theo's because with the handicap, it's technically different. That's right. Alright, let me keep, looking for this really quick. Nope, the voice cast is just unknown at the moment. That's unfortunate. Bring the chat back up here. But the fucking Balmy Dunes is great! You just have to stay out of the sand. No. Yeah, if you're a fan of Golf Looney, I'd recommend it. It's a good time. It's not a game I would recommend to just anybody, because the game is, like, kinda shallow. Like, the core gameplay is super good, but there's, like, not a lot to do. So it's very what you see is what you get. Sand is dumb and I hate sand, it gets everywhere. Did you just accidentally meme? I think Blue just accidentally memed. Looney, who should I play as? I don't really have an agenda for leveling characters up tonight, so I'm, like, super open for character requests. I do have to stick to standard clubs because I'm in the lead, so. And we did get them both of their, Yoshi, you got it. Get that blue Yoshi in here. Yeah, there's a line in... What is it? Is it episode 1? No, it's not episode 1. It's like episode 2, I think? Where Anakin's whining about how much he hates sand because it's coarse and it gets everywhere. It's a really stupid line, like basically everything he says in those movies. I did say that we were gonna try, like, Bonnie Greens or something. I don't know if I necessarily want to do that at the moment. Let's do Ridge Rock. We don't do Ridge Rock very often. Although, that's right, this course sucks because the wind guys actually work now. I forgot about that. I think I just want to pitch it right over there, right? I think that's the plan. Like, here. Let's wait for this clown to do his next rotation. Yeah, it wasn't the first one, because it was Hayden Christensen, not whatever the kid's name was. I'll take that. I'm happy with that. But yeah, if you like golf and like Mario Golf, you'll probably have a good time with this. It's a little lacking in things to do. They did add ranked mode after release, which is, like, kind of a joke, because the ranking system is, like, kind of arbitrary, but it's still something to do. But it's also one of those things where, like, if you don't care for golf, this game's probably not going to change your mind. It's golf. I think we've found a nice rhythm with it, though, where, like, playing it once a week is some good stuff. Oh, you missed him. I thought you were gonna hit him. It's tricky. It's like I said, there's not, like, a lot to do. But, like, the game isn't broken. It's not that type of incomplete. It's not Cyberpunk incomplete, where the game is like, this shouldn't have shipped. It's more of a, it just needs a couple more things to do kind of thing. I think they did help they just added 2 new courses, which helped a lot. We have, like, more courses than I can count now. Slope. They did add that ranked mode, which helped. The single player mode is kind of underwhelming, is what it comes down to. But to a point, I don't think you should necessarily buy a game like this for the single player mode anyway. That should just be a bonus. I think a lot of the people that were complaining about this game at launch they bought it just for the single player mode. Which I think, when you buy a game like this for a single player mode, you're inevitably going to be disappointed.
Nice approach.
But it could stand to have, like, we've basically had to come up with our own system for, like, scoring, and to have, like, a month-long tournament, because the game doesn't have, like, a tournament mode in it, which is kind of unfortunate. So I'd like to see something like that, something akin to, like, the Mario Kart 8 tournaments, where we could start a tournament, like, once a week, and then, oh my god, Blue's playing. Blue's ready to play some fucking golf. I'd like to be able to just, like, start a tournament and then be like, you know, every night we stream it on Friday, I can be like, new tournament, we're gonna play and see how we do. Single player mode has, like, or campaign or whatever. Campaign is basically a Mii training mode. It's for when you want to make your Mii a playable character and you want to work on their stats. Which, for that, it works. However, Mii's become so overpowered that no one's going to use them anyway, because they become way too strong. But then, single-player mode has stuff like cross-country, which is really cool, and you can't play that in multiplayer. It could definitely just use some more, like, guts to it. The golf gameplay is great, it's just, there just needs to be a little bit more to do. I'd like to see a true ranked mode where you can actually be, like, you know, prove your skill level and everything. The current ranked mode is basically there just to unlock skins once a month, which it works very well for that. But it ranks you based on, like, how many points you gain, not how well you do. So it's one of those systems where if you're horrible, you can still unlock everything. It might just take you a little bit longer. Which, again, for unlocking things, I think that's totally fine. But for an actual competitive ranked mode, it's, like, kind of a joke. Because you can't, like, go down in points. So I'd like to see something a little bit more competitive there, for example. I'd like to see them add some more modes to multiplayer where we could do, like, cross-country or that weird, like, co-op mode you do at the end of campaign where if one player doesn't hit par, everybody loses. Do some stuff like that. But I also think, to be fair, in regards to the is it complete, is I think games like this are, and I don't think there's anything wrong with this isn't a complaint, I think this is totally fine. I think some games are kind of meant to be, they come out and then it's not that the game just comes out, you play it, and then you're done. The game has, like, a window after launch where it continues to get more updates. It's like Splatoon 2, and nobody complained about Splatoon 2 and said it was incomplete. So I want to get that out there. This game was designed around the idea of we're going to continue updating it for like a year, and adding more courses and more characters, and perhaps more modes. And I think that's totally fine. I think some games work better like that. Because otherwise people are going to play the game in one weekend, do everything there is to see, and then they're going to complain that there's nothing left to do. I'm surprised that Golem's not running me the fuck over. I maybe should have top spun. Yeah, Splatoon 3 is gonna be the same fucking thing. It's gonna come out and there's only gonna be like 4 maps. And like, but then they're gonna add them slowly over time. And I think that's totally fine when it comes, for multiplayer games in particular, I think that's a very smart design choice. Because it keeps the players coming back on like a monthly basis. Oh, there was an update? Let's, like, I was bored of playing Splatoon, but now there's an update. Let's play it again. I think it's very smart. As I said, I think a lot of people that were complaining about this game at launch, they bought it as to play a single-player game, and that was on them. I don't think you should buy games like this as single-player games and expect them to keep you entertained. Sometimes you can find games like this that will keep you entertained as a single-player experience, but I think that's a rarity these days. It was more of a thing 20, 25 years ago when internet wasn't a thing that everybody had. So games had to either be designed around, well, you're gonna have people there locally and playing with friends, or you still need something to do if your friends can't come over to play, right? So we have to give the player stuff to do. But now it's a little different, because they just assume you have internet, and they're probably just gonna build the game around having internet when it comes to multiplayer. Which I don't necessarily agree with, but on the other hand, it's irresponsible of us as consumers to expect something else. Yeah, I've mentioned a couple times that, like, I don't necessarily want to see better single-player in Splatoon, because I think that will just kind of always be underwhelming, because they're never going to dump the amount of effort they need to make it good. And I don't think they necessarily should. I don't think that's where the focus should be. But what I do think they should do is put more of an effort on the co-op multiplayer. I think they should blow Salmon Run up into this enormous game mode where if you wanted to buy Splatoon 3 and only play co-op, that you could do that. You could just say, I don't want to play it competitive, I just want to play it co-op. That's what would make me say I care about Splatoon 3. Do I think they're going to do that? No. Do I think they should do it? Not necessarily. But I think it's a better idea than making a larger campaign, because unfortunately, the unfortunate truth with single-player campaigns is that they end. And games like that are designed to have a very long lifespan due to updates and such. And unless they make the campaign some sort of roguelike to make it a little bit more endless, then it's inevitably just going to have an end, and then you're gonna be done with it, and it's time to move on. Oh, you didn't mean to use top spin there. To be fair, I think all of us use the spins at the wrong time pretty often. I use backspin all the time when I really shouldn't. Will you? See, I won't. If it's just more Splatoon 2, I'm not buying Splatoon 3. I'm not interested. They're gonna have to do something different, and I'm not terribly confident that new weapons and new maps isn't what's going to turn my head on that. Personally. Now, there are other games that I'm in a different position with, where, like, I may naysay it now, but if the game comes out, I'm probably still gonna buy it. Like, if they actually make a Mario Kart 9, for example. If they make a Mario Kart 9, I'm probably gonna put up a fight and be like, oh, I'll only get this if they make certain changes, but ultimately I'll probably buy it on day one no matter what. Because it's fucking Mario Kart. And I'll probably still just give it a chance. But I don't think Splatoon is that for me. Smash is another one that, like, if they make another Smash, I'll probably buy it day one, because I don't learn my lesson. But Splatoon for me is like, nah, I think I'm done. I had a good time playing Splatoon 1, and I had a good time playing Splatoon 2, but I don't feel like I need that. I don't need to return to that. Unless they give me a compelling reason. And yeah, I think that would be the one. And I think if they make a co-op mode where I could literally never play Turf War and just play co-op, then I'd be like, I'm in. That sounds fun. Make it like a whole mode with like level ups and skill trees and shit. Then yeah. You got me. Make it like, just make it a Splatoon roguelike. Make it Splatoon Enter the Gungeon. Where it's just these, like, randomized dungeons, and you're in there with, like, 3 other players. and you're just exploring and looking for loot and new weapons and stuff. And then you get to the end of the level and you like have to fight like a bunch of add a little bit of Risk of Rain. You get to the end and you activate the teleporter, and then that's when the salmons attack. So you have to like hold them off while the teleporter charges so you can get out of there and go to the next level. Like, come on, I'd play the shit out of that. That sounds amazing. That'd be super fun. And it could have local multiplayer. That's a point too. Ooh, that was close. Where did Theo go? I wasn't paying attention. It's kind of weird that it didn't have, I mean, like, at least a watered-down multiplayer for local? Because the Splatoon 1 had a local multiplayer, didn't it? But it was very watered down, but it was there. Well, this is a thing. I thought it was going to stop on the bridge for a moment, and I was very curious of if that was going to be playable or if it was going to be out of bounds. This is not a nice shot. This sucks. I hate it when the game patronizes me. Gotta make it less punishing than Salmon Run, too. The ranked system in Salmon Run was, like, very, very punishing. And you eventually got to a skill level where you, like, needed, like, top-tier World of Warcraft raiders to be able to get any further. And if you tried to play with anyone below your skill level, the game was just like, well, we're just gonna drop you, like, 5 skill levels, because you should have known better. It was almost... It didn't encourage you to play it. That was kind of the problem. I liked the concept, but it needed a lot of work. And that's my personal hope for Splatoon 3. And I don't think I'm going to be interested in it unless they do something like that. And it's probably more likely that they're going to try and force a Battle Royale mode into it or something. Yeah, Risk of Rain runs are super long. You're not incorrect there. I thought that when we were playing it last time, when we were playing the anniversary update, I was like, dude, these runs take forever. Like, but maybe not in a good way. Yeah, Salmon Run was like, it had that lore of it's not always open, because they didn't want it to dominate, they didn't want it to take away from the multiplayer, from... They had this thing with Splatoon 2, where they, like, weren't confident about it, I think. At least this is how I read it. Where they weren't sure that there was going to be enough players. So they thought, we can't have too many queues because we want to make sure that queue times are fast and that there's always people to play with. So I think that's why they made Salmon Run not open all the time. Because they didn't want people focusing on just that mode. Because then the competitive queues would have suffered. The thing is that I think now they realize Splatoon is popular enough that that's ridiculous, and they have no reason to be concerned about that. At least I'd hope they figured that out.
Excellent.
But, like, when Splatoon 2 came out, Splatoon 1 was the same way. I think, like, Splatoon 1 had ranked mode eventually too, right? But it was later that it was added. And it always came off as them being very, like, well, we can't have, like, 5 different queues to join because that's gonna hurt the queues, right? Which made sense, especially on the Wii U, where it had a very small install base. And they were probably still playing by those rules in Splatoon 2, not realizing that it would become one of their most popular games by a long shot.
Nice approach. 30.
I don't know if it does. I'm very much against them just building voice chat into games, especially games that are aimed towards children. Because one, kids probably shouldn't be allowed to jump on voice chat with strangers when they might not know proper online etiquette. And two, do I want to deal with a bunch of kids screaming in my ear when I'm playing the game? Hell no. Now, would the option be nice? I don't know, maybe. From a streaming perspective, I'd still never turn it on.
Nice birdie.
Yeah, even in the days of Splatoon 1, like, if you go back and watch some of our episodes where we were playing Splatoon 1, Eno and I think we talked about that a lot, because when Splatoon 1 came out, people would not shut the fuck up about the fact that it didn't have voice chat. And we were constantly like, we don't want to be on voice chat with a bunch of fucking 11-year-olds. Like, why would we want that? Who wants that? Like, that sounds terrible.
Birdie.
Now, and to be fair, back then, Discord wasn't a thing yet. When Splatoon 1 came out, we were still using Skype at the time. But I think the harsh reality, too, is,
Ready?
even when a game has voice chat, people still use Discord. So it's like, it's almost like, why bother?
Nice shot.
No, I mean, you're not wrong. With, like, both Call of Duty and Fortnite's a better example because I think... Well, no, it's not a better example. Call of Duty's a better example there, because that's definitely supposed to be geared towards adults. Whereas Fortnite say they're geared towards adults, but that's a load of bullshit. That's absolutely a game that's designed to appeal to kids. They only say it's not because they'd be in a lot of trouble if they were to admit it, that a game about shooting each other was geared towards kids. Like, they'd be in a lot of trouble if they said that. That fucking wind actually saved you there. So I think what it should come down to, and like, I haven't used PlayStation's system for this, and I don't know how Microsoft's is either. I think having, like, a voice chat, a party system and a voice chat system on the console is, like, a pretty decent idea. So that you can at least, like, get into a group with your friends and be able to talk to them. I think that's an okay idea. But I think having, like, open voice chat in a game lobby is an awful idea and should just never be done. Like, I think we're at a point where we realize that people can't be trusted with that. To just put, like, 60 people in a Battle Royale lobby and turn voice chat on, like, that's an awful idea. But I still think, at this point in time, that most people would just use Discord instead. Dude, thank you. I'm glad I didn't take that first shot. He would have fucked me real hard. I don't think Fortnite's even trendy anymore. I think the only people who play Fortnite now are the people who legitimately enjoy it, which is totally fine by me. Same with Among Us. I think the only people who play Among Us now are the people who just legitimately enjoy playing the game with their friends, which is, like, totally fine by me. Yeah, the first thing I do in basically every multiplayer game I play is I go into the settings to see if I can turn off... If voice chat is a thing, and if I can turn it off. It's like the first thing I do. So as someone who does that, I'm like, why would I want more voice chat. I do think having controlled voice chat wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. Like, being able to, in this particular instance, like, go out to the Switch menu and start, like, a multiplayer lobby between the four of us where we can all have voice chat access. That's not a terrible idea. But if when I was playing Ranked, I wouldn't want to be on voice chat with all those randos. Because, especially as a streamer, who the hell knows what they're gonna say?
Nice song.
And yeah, that's true. It's so easy to, like, add people on Switch that kids would be able to just voice chat with whoever the fuck they want. That hurt. That hurt to watch a little bit.
Pin shot. Birdie.
Yeah, this doesn't really need it, but I'm just making the point of, I think if it was a Switch firmware thing that you could create like a voice chat lobby, that wouldn't be a terrible thing. I just think having it built into the games is a horrible idea. In like almost every case. Even games where coordination is like important, I'm like, nah, it sounds like a terrible idea. You ever played League of Legends? Do you know how toxic people get towards their own teammates? Why would you think that's a good idea?
Nice birdie. Birdie. Nice birdie.
I also put in thousands of hours playing Team Fortress 2 back in the day, and I remember going onto servers where it was just open voice chat. And oh my god, was it an absolute fucking mess. Would not recommend. That hurts so bad. Oh my god. That one got me. That physically hurt. Oh, they added timers to this mode too? Interesting. I don't know if I agree with that. When it comes to personal lobbies, like, give us control over that. And I don't think I saw anything about being able to turn that off. I've also done a lot of World of Warcraft PvP, and
Ready?
you'd think I would appreciate that being able to coordinate is important, but then I also know that there's a lot of people who don't give a fuck. Like, let me put it this way. Having voice chat isn't going to necessarily fix the fact that randos don't know how to play the fucking game and pay attention to objectives. It makes sense that they added the timer. I just think for a private lobby, they should have given us that choice. Because maybe we do want it on, but maybe we don't. Yeah, I'd say there was two reasons I stopped playing Splatoon. One is, most competitive games have that angle of, you feel like, it's not even that you win one and you lose 5, it's that you have one good match, and then you have 5 bad matches. And then you have maybe another good match. And then you have a bunch of more bad matches. And it's like, yeah, that sucks. I'm having the same problem with Pokemon Unite. Where, like, I'll play a match and I'll be like, that was a good match. Everyone did pretty well. It was a close match. Which matters to me more than the win or the lose. Like, if it's a close match, I don't care who wins. But then I'll have 5 matches in a row where 2 people are AFK, and it's just, I might as well just put the controller down. Because it's, what's the point? And it's like, all team-based games have that problem, sad to say. But in Splatoon's defense, Splatoon's not the only one that has that problem. Blue, what are you doing? It was that, and honestly, I'll say a lot about, like, so when I was in the early days when I was streaming Splatoon, I could definitely see the writing on the wall, where I was like, I don't want to grow my channel just playing Splatoon, because that brings in a certain type of viewer, and that's not the type of people that I necessarily want to have here. So I didn't even reach the point where I was like, oh god, I only have Splatoon kids. Like, I kind of saw it coming and stopped it before it happened. But I also just got dreadfully bored. I remember vividly the last time I played Splatoon on the channel, I stopped playing like halfway through the stream and I went and played Tetris 99 instead. Because I was just dreadfully bored. Oh, sorry, yeah, away from keyboard. It's a common, like, PC gamer terminology that doesn't make sense when it comes to console games, but, like, it's such a common phrase that we just kind of use it anyway. Idle is a better way of putting it. As for the aesthetics on this stage, I don't know. I've never paid that much attention, to be honest. That would be interesting if they updated it over time, though. That makes me want to see it become a thing in single player, though. No, yeah, it's not an insulting thing. It's just, yeah, those players that... You've seen them in Splatoon, right? You join a game and one guy's just sitting in spawn the entire time. Like, yeah. Which, yeah, they're technically away from controller, but... I think she's snoring. I don't know, I might have to pay closer attention on this map. You do that in Splatoon, Volpe? I think we might have a problem then. Even if I'm not a Splatoon player. The only reason I ever put my controller down is if, like, 2 other people are also doing it, and I'm like, what's the point in even trying? There's just no point. Or if I, like, have to get up, but, like, you know, which happens. I'm not gonna say it doesn't happen ever, but... I don't think it happens as frequently as people... Sometimes you'll hear people say, maybe the fire alarm went off, and they had to put their controller down and leave. And I'm like, okay, yeah, there's maybe a chance that happened, but I don't think that actually happens as frequently as you think it does. I'm all for giving people benefit of the doubt, but I think giving people benefit of the doubt for joining a multiplayer game that takes 5 seconds to join and then putting their controller down is like... No, I think it's just a kid that's impatient.
Nice birdie.
Or they shouldn't be playing, and they got caught, and their parents took their Switch away, and didn't, like... They just put the Switch down somewhere and just let it run. Really what it comes down to is playing with randos sucks. It's just like a bad time. And I don't think there's anything that can be done to fix that.
Nice birdie.
And even though I built like the early days, I did build the channel playing Splatoon, I never had enough people where I would be able to do private lobbies.
Nice ball.
And I thought the idea of doing private lobbies in Splatoon was completely insane. I think private lobbies was...
Nice ball.
That's just giving the sweaty tryhard viewers a stage to show off. That's making it very much about them. Like, oh, look, Kid Swag 420 got 41 kills. Wow, you're so good. It's like, Nah, I'm not about that. Rage quitting is a potential thing too, for sure. But I'm talking specifically the ones that like put their they never move throughout the entire match. And that's something they need to fix in Splatoon 3 as well, even though I don't give a shit about the competitive side of it. They need to fix, like, if somebody does that, you have to, like, disconnect them in the first, like, minute and replace them with AI. Maybe even faster, because the matches are only 3 minutes. You can't just, like, let the other team be fucking crippled by that. Because that just ruins the experience for everybody else.
Nice, huh?
Where it really started to bother me was when I always enjoyed ranked more than turf war, but whenever you see ranked, whenever you play ranked and you get a player that's just sitting in spawn, it's even more frustrating because now your rank is on the line, and that's another issue that like all games tend to have is they base your rank going up and down. They rank you based on how the match goes and not how your own personal performance is. So if you get someone who's AFK the entire match, and you lose, guess what? You're losing rank because of that. And that's, like, just shitty and bad. They need to come up with more, like, sophisticated, like, matchmaking at this point.
Nice, huh?
It's amazing that games, like, still do that. Where they judge you based on how your team performs more than how you perform. You could get into a match and outperform everyone on your team and lose, and the game is still like, well, we're gonna dock you points. Like, you could be the highest performing player in the entire match. You could outperform everyone on your team and the other team, but if you still lose, your rank is still going down, and it's like, that's really shitty. Because to a point, you can't do anything about that. You're at the mercy of the other players. All you can do is strive to be better on your side of things, but the games don't give a fuck when you do better on your side of things. Yeah, Splatoon's rank system got, like, pretty sweaty eventually. I remember it was really hard to even get up to S rank. I think I made it to S rank, like, once, and I was, like, super proud. And then they were like, oh, well, now we're just gonna let all these sweaty kids get up to, like, S plus 327. Nah. Nah. Not interested. Oh, I didn't think that was gonna... I thought that was gonna pop back out. I did not feel good about that. I can already feel it. My handicap's gonna be higher next week. I'm kind of doing pretty well tonight. Which hole are we on? This is the last hole. Okay, we're gonna take a quick break after this one, I think.
Yes.
Birdie.
I don't even remember which ranked mode it was that I got up to S rank on.
Nice birdie.
I'm pretty sure it was only one of them. And I was like I said, I was like super proud, but then right away there was all these Splatoon kids in chat that were like, oh yeah, you got to S rank, how quaint. And I was like, okay, fuck this. This is awful, and I'm not going to encourage it.
Oh, boy.
5145, okay. I just jotted that down off to the side. I'll do the math when we sit back down. Yeah, I liked the ranked modes a lot more. Most of them. Some of them I was not a big fan of, but most of them I really liked. But then dealing with other players sucked. Like, it was just not great. The ranks were pretty difficult to climb in Splatoon 2, so I'd say that B is actually not bad, because it wasn't easy to climb ranks, even in the lower ranks. There were a couple that, like, I remember the tower one, I liked it, but people were really bad at it. Like, I kind of vividly remember that, like, the one that was, like, the point that moved. I remember liking it, it's just people were really bad at it. I did like the zone control. The football... Oh, Clam Blitz? Clam Blitz was, like... You had to, like, study that shit to understand how to play it. But once you learned how to play it, holy shit was that game mode fun. But again, most people were really bad at it. Because it was very difficult to understand. Like, it was a very complicated game mode. But once you learned it, I remember it was really fun. I don't remember what else there was. There was the Rain... I didn't like the Rainmaker. I wasn't a big fan of that one. Yeah, I remember it took a while to understand Clam Blitz. And I know that it was it was like the Rainbow Road of Splatoon streams, where, like, the people who were... The kids that were good at Clam Blitz only wanted to play Clam Blitz, because they wanted to flex on everybody, while everyone else was like, please don't play Clam Blitz. Okay, we're gonna take a short break, but I won't be too long. And then I'll math up the scores once we sit back down, and then we'll take back off. Go ahead and throw out what maps you guys might want to do. Throw out what courses you might want to do, and if anyone has... Looney, if you have any other characters you want to see, feel free to throw that out there. I don't have an agenda for character leveling tonight, so I'm willing to kind of just do whatever. And, yeah, I don't know which course we're doing next, so if anyone has any preference on that, you can throw that out there, too. Otherwise, I'll be back in a couple minutes, and then we'll pick the conversation back up, and we'll pick golf back up. So, stay tuned. together, and then who am I playing against? I don't know where Koopa Troopa and Ninja rank up now compared to these other characters. Plus, a lot of the characters at like the bottom of my list, I'm like, I just really don't want to play as them. Like Bowser Jr. and Mario. Just like, nah. I don't even think I care to get them their Superstar Clubs. Like, it's... who cares? I'll inevitably do it at some point, but... What, did you hear me get up and decide you want to take a break too? Don't you even think about it. You gotta say hi to but you can go. Say hello. Say hello. Say my cute chubby kitty. Alright, do you want out? Come on. There you go. I might have to hop up again in a couple minutes to push the door shut once she comes back in, but otherwise I can get up in the middle of a match and do that, so we can go ahead and jump back into it. I guess I should be mathing this stuff out real quick. Oh, I hit the wrong button. You know what? That happens. You're fine. I think Eno hit the wrong button. Okay, so I had 5 under. Theo had 4 under. Actually, 3 under, which actually gives him 2. Blue was 1 under. You want it? Oh, okay. So, means blue actually got 3 under that round, right? The double negative of this math kind of hurts my head, I'm not gonna lie. Stays put because 0 handicap tonight. Okay. We good now? It's sad that, like, the only way I could ever let blue be blue is if we let her make the lobby. There's just no other way to do it. Guess I could just focus on, like, who's getting close to Superstar Clubs. I could just go in the other direction. I guess that works. So Peach is our next closest, although she's 600 points away. So that's gonna be a while before we get anyone else. I guess it's something else worth pointing out too, is like if anyone wants to see a certain opponent as far as AI goes, when we actually have AI. I defaulted to Pauline tonight, but if next week you guys, as long as they have Superstar Clubs, I think is going to be the only qualification. So it could be Pauline, Daisy, Toad, Donkey Kong, or Boo, which it clearly can't be Boo because that's usually Theo. Unless he decides to switch characters some nights. But yeah, otherwise, we can mix that up if anyone really wants to see someone else in there. But yeah, back on Splatoon, I think I made it clear, like, what they're gonna have to do to pull me in on buying Splatoon 3. To be clear, if someone else, if more Splatoon is more than enough for you, like, that's fine. I'm happy for you. I'm not gonna say that you shouldn't be into it. Just me personally, I need more than more. Which out of context doesn't necessarily make sense, but
Nice shot.
you know what I mean. This is either going to be suck or be amazing. Nope, it's gonna suck. I respect what you were going for, though. She didn't come back in yet.
Nice shot.
Oh no! Oh no! Right. Oh my god. I would say that could only have happened to Blue, but I could see it happening to Theo too, so... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to kill it, because it's fucking uphill and the wind is in my face. And I did not account for the slope as much as I should have, so that's unfortunate. But we made the green, so I'm happy with it.
Nice on.
I'm laughing with you. I'm laughing with you.
Hey,
Nice
are you
shot.
back? Did you get a snack?
Nice on.
At least they didn't reset you, like, back at the T or something. Maybe they fixed that, but I remember, like, early on, there were a couple of holes where if you went out of bounds, they just made you tee off again. Which was, like, really disadvantageous. Just waiting for her to get settled.
Birdie.
I'm gonna have to give me a minute.
Oh god. I hate this. And since I'm giving up on the concept of ever understanding if the greens are wet or not. So in a case like this, I'm just always going to fucking wedge it over there, because how the fuck am I supposed to know? Like, I just give up. I just give up. Oh, that was so close. You hate / love to see it, because it's like, it's an impressive shot, but like, damn, couldn't it have been just a little bit more? I don't think the green is wet, but like I said, I wasn't willing to...
Nice touch.
I think it is, actually. Because that was a downhill putt. You hit it stronger than you needed to, and it still almost didn't make it to the hole. So I think the green is wet. But then sometimes it isn't. They really need a better visual indicator of if the green is wet or not. That's unfortunate. Because I guess you're supposed to tell just based on the weather, but sometimes I don't know if that's exactly how you're supposed to tell. I guess that's true. The characters have a bit of, like, a shine to them when it's... Oh, no, that's unfortunate. But some characters, it's kind of hard to tell. Like, you can tell on Waluigi, like, on his hat in particular. Maybe that's how we should be trying. I was trying to tell based on the weather, but that sometimes just doesn't seem to match up. That's true. Yeah, but like at least not when you're putting. We'd have to pay attention to it before we get to the green. Like, I can't really tell on Rosalina, for example. She's got a bit of, like, shine on her hair, I guess, but, like... Oh, it's unfortunate. Boo, you can't tell at all. Like, there's no change there. It's a little too subtle, is what I'm getting at. I think they need to make it a little bit more immediately obvious, somehow.
Nice par.
Just add a little rain icon on like one of the like on the around the edge of the map somewhere or something. Just add an icon that shows what the current weather is.
Triple bogey.
Boy.
Put it next to wind or like I said around the at the edge of the map somewhere or something. Like, the wind you can tell, right?
Ready?
This all sucks when you don't have crazy clubs. So I think I want to undershoot this. I think that's what I want to do. I want to undershoot this and then, like, cut the corner to get to the green. Because if I try to go full, I'm just going to wind up underneath Thundercloud, which I don't want.
Nice shot.
And I don't have, like, crazy spin to play with, so I can't do anything crazy there. And I don't want to wind up behind that tree either. That's also bad news. I guess you can kind of see it on the trees, too. The trees are very, like, shiny and wet looking. I don't know, we've just seen a lot of contradictory stuff there. We've had one too many moments where we're sure that the green is wet, and it isn't. Or that we're sure that it isn't wet, and then it is. So I kind of don't trust... I don't even trust the visuals. Well, that could have been worse. I do feel like... I've mentioned a couple times. I do feel like The rough isn't punishing enough in this game. Like, I feel like it's a legitimate... Oh, that's unfortunate. I feel like it's a legitimate strategy in this game to just fucking hit it in the rough and just, like, cut corners. Because it's... Hitting from the rough, like, isn't that punishing. As much... And it's not as punishing as you'd expect it to be.
Nice shot.
Especially if you're, like, a power character. I've found that if you are, like, a weaker character, it's a little bit more punishing, but... With power characters, it's like, who gives a fuck? Just, like, just kill it, dude. And therefore, superstar clubs are gonna make it that you can just kind of ignore the fairway.
Nice shot.
Was that Blue's shot that was a penalty? I wasn't paying attention to whose shot it was.
This can't work. Why don't you jump back up on the bed, baby? Why are you choosing to just lay in the middle of the pool? You're beautiful.
Nice off.
Man, so something I'm realizing I dislike about this shirt, I don't know what kind of fabric this is, but it doesn't, like, stretch at all. I'm just trying to, like, reach for my undershirt so I can clean off the top of this can before I open it. And, like, even that was an ordeal, because this shirt is just, like... It's very rigid fat. Not rigid fat. But it does not stretch, like, at all. That might be a little bit too hard, but I am choosing... Oh, maybe this actually bad. I need to believe more, man. I feel like 9 times out of 10 when I'm like, that was a bad shot, it winds up being a pretty good shot. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Nice off.
Yeah, if I were to calculate my handicap for next week right now, it would be up to 3 under.
Boy.
Nice par.
Blues would also go up to 1 over. Theo's would stay the same.
Nice par. Ready?
Like I said, ideally those won't change that much. I'm hoping we can reach a point where we have, like, such consistency that we just won't, like, even if we have a bad week, we'll just be like, we'll just leave the handicap where it is. I don't love this.
Nice shot.
Oh well. This is a pretty tough T. I don't know which one the blue one is, but... See, I don't know. Waluigi still looks pretty shiny. So it's like... it's the trees more so. You can really see the trees, like, aren't shiny now. Yeah, it's way too subtle. I think they need to just put an icon on the map that just shows, like, either a sun or a raindrop or, like, a storm cloud for those few maps where where it's like you just got a big storm going on. Don't necessarily need to have one for wind, because we already have a thing for wind there, but...
Nice shot. Nice on.
I wasn't really paying super close attention to it.
Nice shot.
Let the curve of the land cover this. I shouldn't have super backspun, but that's okay, I guess. Was it... I guess it is downhill. Pretty, like, severely downhill, too. Cool.
Ping shot.
Ooh. Yeah, she rolled pretty far, too. I think it's hillier than it looks. Oh, each one is more painful than the last.
Nice pawn. Nice pawn. Nice pawn. Oh.
Oh, boy.
3.
Ready?
Don't like this.
Nice shot.
That might be too close. I'm judging by that shot Eno had last week where he was very much outside the thundercloud and it was still giving him the thundercloud. I'm probably fucked on that one. I'm probably too close. But I guess we'll see. Honestly, depending on how these last 3 holes go, we might have our first switch up where Eno's gonna have to be the one that switches to standard clubs because he'll be in the lead.
Nice shot.
Actually, if it keeps going the way it is now, we'll be tied, I think. Although you might already be using standard clubs. Not sure, actually. I'm so used to golfing with standard, I don't know if I even want to use Superstar. I worry it might, like, encourage bad habits or something. So I might only switch to Star clubs, if it comes to that. I mean, needless to say, it's gonna depend on which characters I play, too. That's the other thing, I'm probably not gonna play anyone that has Superstar clubs, so... God, I still hit the risk zone? That sucks. I should not have backspun. I should have front spun.
Nice on.
Why is it top spin and backspin, and not top spin and bottom spin, or front spin and backspin? That's like offering someone an option between option A and option 2. Anyway. I have a feeling that Theo is, like, half asleep. He's being very quiet tonight.
Nice on.
Something else they could do is they could add, like, a subtle, like, dripping water effect to the power bar when you're on the green or something. Gonna take a break after this one.
Nice shot.
Do you think you'll be down for more, or do you think he'll be heading off?
Nice on. Birdie.
Absolutely not. What sort of maniac would try to make this putt? With this hill in the rain. Absolutely not. Who do you think I am? Not a maniac, that's for sure. Shot it too far to the right, but that's okay.
Birdie.
Nah, Yusu, if you get such putts, you are more than welcome to try it. I'm not about to. I'm not confident enough in my putting ability when it's short range and dry. That's unfortunate. You know what I just realized would be a great set of games to add into October that for some reason I didn't think of until now?
Not
I need to double check to make sure they're both on Game Pass.
Birdie.
I think only one of them is on PC, which is unfortunate.
Nice par.
What else have they recently added? Whoa. Game Pass is kind of lagging like fucking crazy, so this might take me a minute.
Nice par. Ready?
Yo, Skatebird is on Game Pass. Have you played that yet? Eno?
Nice shot.
I don't think I even knew that was going to be on... I don't think I knew that was out yet, for starters.
Nice shot.
Oh, Dragon Quest Builders 2 is on there too? That's neat.
Nice shot.
Yeah, only one of them's on Game Pass. That sucks. They need to get off their ass on that one. Well, since I wouldn't be playing it for Halloween, I can just go ahead and say it. I realized that playing Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal would be, like, a pretty good fit for October. Only Doom Eternal's on the PC Game Pass, though. 2016's not on there yet. I think it's on, I think it's on the console one, but it's not on PC. Which is frustrating. Because I really want to play both of those games at some point. Every time I watch somebody play them, I'm like, yo, these are sick.
Nice shot.
It's weird, they have, like, every Doom on there except Doom 2016 for whatever reason. 1, 2, 3, 64, and Eternal are all on there, but 2016 isn't. How would that work with a console game, though? Because, like, I'd have to use a controller then, right? I wouldn't be able to play keyboard and mouse. In some cases, that's totally fine, but in a case like that, I'd probably prefer to play keyboard and mouse. I can wait. It's not that big of a deal. I don't know if the games are even connected that closely. I could maybe just play Eternal on its own and then go back to 2016 later. It's probably fine with a controller, yeah, but I'm fine with waiting too. We have enough other stuff to do in October. It's not like I was urgently looking for another game to slot in. Especially if I decide to get Fatal Frame, which I'm still very much on the fence with. If I do all of the Castlevania collection and get the Advanced collection, there's no way I'm gonna do all those in October. Like, that's a lot of fucking Castlevania. That was very unfortunate, by the way. That sucked. I think you got robbed on that. Oh, this is an unfortunate looking shot. Not only in the waist area, but behind that tree, just everything is bad. This is bad, too. What? This hole sucks, honestly. This hole is very difficult. Well, that was interesting. That's not what I expected to happen. Actually, I should start making a list of, like, backup games for October, because I don't have those written down. I only have, like, the games I'm absolutely playing.
Hey, stop it. Don't do that. Do you want back out?
Nice on.
So we have Twilight Princess, we have Castlevania Collection. We have unannounced game. I think there's only the one unannounced game at this point. I think every... Oh, no. There was another one. Yeah, there's two. Oh, and the game we'll be playing on Halloween, which is the most terrifying game I've ever experienced. And it might bring me to tears.
Nice on.
Let's not forget about that. I haven't announced that either. It's probably too hard.
Nice shot.
Is Theo having another series of unfortunate events?
Nice on.
What are you doing? Do you want out?
You're circling and pacing in front of the door, but then I get up to go open it, and you...
Come on. Come on. I'm not a fan of this game. You know that, right? Are you coming or are you going? coming or are you going?
Birdie.
Go on.
Birdie.
So I should just leave that open in case she wants to come back in, which she's coming right back in right now. What are you doing? Animals. Are you serious? Are you coming or are you going? Make up your mind. What's it gonna be? Okay, so there was that. What did I just say? Colonel. If I really need another game to play. What was the other one I was just thinking of? Up the
Double bogey.
Some of this other stuff isn't like Halloween-y. Like I mentioned the other night about potentially playing Spirit Tracks. That's not really like a Halloween game. But since we're doing other Zelda stuff, it's just kind of like in theme. And we might pivot to stuff like that maybe at the end of the month. We'll see.
Nice par.
Yeah, that like it was just that one hole, right? That one hole that you had 9 strokes. That was pretty nasty. That was pretty nasty.
Nice
She's pacing
par.
around in front of the door again, so that's a thing.
Birdie. Nice birdie. Ready?
Yeah, it was a pretty rough hole for you. I feel like the rest of the holes went fine. It was just that one. This sucks. This is like a really bad tee for me to not have like strong clubs on.
Nice shot.
Yeah, so if we actually get through the 5 games I absolutely want to get through,
Nice
we have options that we can pivot to. What hole are we on? That's the last one. Okay, cool. Let's start tracking scores as we hit them. And yet, Blue, overall tonight, you're still 1 under. I guess that's the beauty of the handicaps, right? Theo's being so bold. Do the lily pads even bounce that well? Would that have worked? I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't know if I'm a believer.
Nice on.
I do think that was Yeah, I think the handicaps in general, like, I don't know, I could see some people being like, nah, I just want my raw score. Don't apply any of that curve nonsense, but I think in general it's gonna make it feel a little bit better, because no one's gonna be like plus 10 or anything like that. Or, in my case, like, what was it, 73 under or something like that by the end of the month?
Nice on. Nice on.
Oh, you hate to see it. Every time it gets me.
Birdie putt.
It never stops being painful. Probably. I think it might happen to you more than anyone. Oh no. That happens to a lot of us though.
Birdie.
That's a very common shot, I think. Oh, I didn't think it was curving that much. Fuck.
Birdie putt.
Shouldn't have dialed it back. I should have just committed and been happy with it.
Bogey. Nice par. Nice par.
So what was it, 1-3,
Boy.
3-0? So I'm actually +1. All right, so Theo, you said you're taking a break. Ooh, that +3 hurts. And then he knows it doesn't change again. Okay. Let's keep it running. We'll drop Pauline back in. I think I'm playing as Wario next. And I am still in the lead by a little smidge. So I'm sticking with standard clubs. Blue's mixing it up? What? Where are we going? Blustery? Let's try Blustery. Just completely randomly.
Ready?
I think I can make it over that tree. I'm not afraid.
Nice shot.
I guess I could have put in a Rosalina match if I knew that Blue was going to be switching, but then we'd have like the confusion of you constantly thinking it's your turn, and me constantly thinking it's not my turn. So maybe it's for the better that I didn't. You know what? In a roundabout way... Oh, no, because that's not going to be a launch title for N64. I was going to say, we could do Banjo-Kazooie right when it comes out, too, because, you know, the villain's a witch. We could fit that into October, but that's not going to be a launch title, so... I could do it on emulator, but I don't particularly want to. I'm content to wait for it to hit N64. We are doing it as soon as it comes out, though, for sure. No, I meant I could have played Rosalina. Just because I don't get the opportunity to play a lot of characters. Well, Boo has Superstar Clubs already, so I probably wouldn't take the opportunity to play Boo, but I could get in a Rosalina match or two. Depending on what Blue does after this. If you continue to pivot away, then maybe I'll put one in with her. The hell is she going? We'll probably just leave Pauline in all night, as far as AI goes. I don't think we're gonna, like, pivot around.
Nice on.
Although, depending on how it goes, keeping score for the AI might be completely arbitrary, because they perform very consistently. I think the last, like, counting the matches last stream that Pauline was in, I think her last, like, 6 matches have all been 2 under. Like, it's remarkably consistent. Which isn't a bad thing, but it means that her score on the board is just gonna be, like, 0 all month. And she's not really gonna pivot away from that if we keep the handicap.
Nice on.
It's just gonna be a consistent 0. But we'll see. Might be the potential downside of the system, is like, the whole reason we started keeping score was to create more of a rivalry with the AI players. But the handicap system doesn't seem to, like, encourage that very well. It works good for the players, but it doesn't work as well for the AI, I don't think. Judging by what we've seen so far, anyway.
Nice on. Nice. Birdie.
I wonder if we should try to do a rookie course or a Bonnie Greens, too, and see how that pans out. Judging by the pars, I don't think they'll screw things up as much as New Donk, but they could potentially still screw things up. That's unfortunate. That was so close.
Nice par. Birdie. Nice birdie. Birdie. Nice birdie. Nice par.
The shots that land you, like, under a foot away from the hole are so bittersweet, aren't they? Because it's like, on one hand, just get in the fucking hole. On the other hand, at least I didn't, like, ricochet 20 feet away from the hole or something.
Ready?
And then risk doing it all again and missing the putt again.
Nice shot.
Well, this is interesting. You can stop now.
Nice shot. Nice shot.
Well, that was a nice shot while simultaneously being not a nice shot. So, I mean, hitting the enemy, that could have caused a lot more problems than it did. So, I guess I'd still consider it a nice shot, actually.
Nice shot. Nice
Could have been
shot.
harder, but I think it'll be fine. Yeah, it could have been harder. Killed a penguin, let's go. He had a family, Blue! I remember when you were very against killing pretty much anything. And now it's less fucking go. Like what? What happened? What happened to innocent little blueberry?
Nice shot.
Ooh. Grew up will stop. Yikes.
Nice on.
Oh, she did come back in. That's way too hard. I have regrets. Yep. We can probably just assume that the enemies all have extra lives too, right? Like they just respawn in a puff of smoke. Nice.
Not chipping.
Man, I rolled far away from the hole. Holy shit. That shot sucked. I didn't realize I was that far away. That's unfortunate. I can't see because of the little icons, dude.
Nice par.
Yeah.
30.
Hate to see that. Except that it's the AI, so it's whatever. Man, my lighting is still, like, super blown out tonight.
Nice par. Ready?
Wonder if... No, that's still, like, super blown out. Yeah, I think that looks best.
Nice shot.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Let the big dog eat.
Nice shot.
Sorry, I wanted to check something really quick. Just plug my phone in. Man, I'm envious of people who like still play Animal Crossing on a regular basis. That was one of those games where, like, most games that you play a lot of, like, you feel a breaking point, right? You feel yourself coming up on a point of, I might be starting to lose interest in this. And then you hit a definite point of, like, I'm done. And usually that has a bit of satisfaction to it, because you're kind of like, I'm done with the game. I can move on. That was a game I didn't want to move on from. But it was undeniable that, like, every time I booted it up, I was like, I just don't feel like I have anything to do. But I didn't necessarily want to stop playing. But at the same point, I'm not eager enough to the point where I'm, like, making an opportunity to pick it back up. That's why I said I'm kind of interested to see this Animal Crossing Direct to see what they're going to add, because, like, I'd love to take an opportunity to jump back into that. Also, I'm gonna add... I just keep adding stuff to the backup list for October now. As I keep thinking of stuff. Where I'm like, oh yeah, put Age of Calamity DLC on there. If we have time, we could just go ahead and fit that in. I think a lot of it's gonna come down to how long Twilight Princess takes. I'm not totally sure how long I expect that game to take me. I'm right behind this tree. This fucking sucks. I'm gonna have to, like... If I go this way, I'm gonna have to... Well, I could... I think I'll be able to get over that tree. So I think we want to do it here. And then we're gonna bank, like, 2 spin, probably? Oh, that should have been 3. Like, 100%. I guess the wind counteracted the spin. Overall, that's not terrible, though. I can work with that. Oh my god. This sucks. Watch her, like, fucking chip it in. Look at this bullshit. I can't even tell whose turn it is. I think that's Waluigi. Yeah, I was expecting Twilight Princess to go pretty quickly, but then the first night we only got through the first dungeon. And I was kind of expecting to do 2 dungeons in the first night, so... I don't know. I had a fucking blast, though, so I'm not gonna worry about it too much. I'm just gonna go. Just gonna have fun.
Nice approach.
Beautiful. What's that new camera angle again? The camera angle of you're in a bad spot and you're shooting to another bad spot. That's pretty nice, though.
Nice.
You're still gonna par. Look on the bright side. I'm fairly certain I'm gonna have a handicap of 3 under next week. That's gonna be really rough.
Nice birdie.
I guess we still have 2 hours of golf ahead of us. It could change, but...
Nice birdie. Nice par. Ready?
Oh, let's not do that. That's disgusting. I think we still want to aim for that area. We're gonna want to use spin to get over there, I think. I have a hard time judging, like, how powerful one level, 2 level, and 3 levels of spin are. Because that last one, I could have used 3, but that's because I was going into the wind, I guess. Here I'm going with the wind, but it's not very strong. But 2 might be enough? I think 3 probably would have been fine too, but I'm happy with that.
Nice shot.
It's kind of these holes are kind of interesting because you can kind of just make your own fairway, which is... There's always something that was interesting about the rookie course. It's just we don't play there, like, ever, so... Do you think it's worth giving the rookie course and Bonnie Greens a shot, or should we just assume that those are going to skew our scores a little bit too much and stay away? I think since they're both not all 3 par, like New Donk is, that it might be okay. Yeah, we might need to keep rookie course on, like, strong wind or something like that to balance it out. Now, granted, that was you did a full 18, but still, dividing your score by 3 is like it would still be like 9 under or something like that. So it's still like it's still a bit of a skewing. I think we can come up with the basic rule of thumb where if we go to a course and someone shoots under... If we shoot 6 holes and someone shoots 6 under, then that's
Nice shot.
probably too much. That is highly unfortunate. Or maybe more than 6 under. Because I guess 6 under, I already shot we've shot 5 unders tonight. That's just birdies on every hole. But if it's more than 6 under, and you're getting, like, consistently eagles, then it's probably, like, we shouldn't count that course. In a perfect world, I'd like to just be able to press random on course select and just be like, I don't care. Just give us whatever. But I'm worried about some of them just causing problems, I guess. Yeah, that one time we did New Donk, it didn't affect... It wasn't that powerful. As long as we don't do it multiple times at night, it might be fine. Maybe that should be the rule. We can do... Those courses are fine, but we should just avoid doing them multiple times a night.
Nice shot.
Stop. Don't do this to me. Also, hey Scarlet, how are you? Did you see the latest iteration of the Konami rumors? And the Konami rumors are just as bad as the Switch Pro rumors, right? Where it's the same rumor every like 2 weeks and people just eat it up. Just too tired tonight, Theo. Well, thanks for hanging out and playing anyway. It is 1:30. Well, we discussed earlier you're in Central Time, right? So it's 12:30, but still, that is decently late for anyone on a normal schedule.
Nice on.
Bless you. You're tired. Also pretty tired. I'm looking forward to having tomorrow off and being able to just do one of these. Hi, Kitty. Thank you. Thank you for coming over and giving my hand my lazily hanging hand a snuggle. It's appreciated. People pretending a Metal Gear Solid remake will happen and somehow pretending it's going to be good without the original crew. Let's be fair here. Mega Man 11 was made without all the original crew. It could happen. Are the chances... Do I trust Konami to make it happen? Not necessarily. But it could happen. I do think that out of the three... So the rumor is that they're outsourcing Silent Hill for a new game. They're remaking the old games internally, I think. I think they're also outsourcing Metal Gear Solid remakes, and they're internally developing a new Castlevania game. That's like the latest rumor round. I think of those three, the one that has the greatest chance of succeeding is Castlevania. Because, and maybe Scarlet would disagree with this, but I think Castlevania is the least dependent on the storyline being good. I think that storyline could be garbage and the game could still be a lot of fun. I think that genre just lends to it better. Whereas Metal Gear Solid and Silent Hill, if those games aren't written well, they're gonna be trash. It doesn't matter how good the gameplay is if the storyline is just complete garbage. So I think Castlevania has as far as new games go, has a better chance of succeeding and being good. And that might be why they're saying let's remake the old ones first, to try and let's give it to a studio and say, okay, you're gonna study this game and remake it as a way of understanding what made the original games good. So that you could eventually make a new one. Maybe that's what they're going for. Which isn't a terrible idea. I feel like Nintendo's done that, right? I can't think of with what, but I think there was one where they, like, gave a remake to a studio and then eventually was like, okay, now you can make a real, like, a new game. So it makes sense. It's not a terrible idea. I'm tempted to just putt this. But I also don't feel super good about that, so I don't think I'm going to. It's probably a little too hard, but nah, it'll do. I'm happy with that. That's fine. Yeah, it was confirmed that that Konami has been talking with Bloober Team about making something, but they haven't confirmed what it is. And I think it's fairly reasonable to believe that it's Silent Hill. I think they confirmed that it's going to be a psychological horror game, so it's like, what else could it be? Metroid Dread's a good example. I don't think that's what I was thinking of, but it is a good example. Where they picked up the studio and said, remake this game, we'll see how you do, and then we'll make a new one.
Headshot.
I was thinking of Luigi's Mansion, but I don't think that's the case. I think Luigi's Mansion's been developed by the same team the entire time. I want to say Zelda, but I don't think... I was thinking of the company that did Ocarina of Time 3D, Majora's Mask 3D, and then Link's Awakening. I thought they were involved in A Link Between Worlds, but I'm second-guessing that now. I don't think that's actually true. I think I'm imagining that. They made a recent Contra game in-house that was bad on every level. Was that the, like, top-down one? It was on Switch, wasn't it? That game did, in fact, look horrible. I remember the reveal trailer was at, like, an E3, and I don't think I said it, but I was thinking, this looks awful. This just looks terrible. Apparently that mobile Contra is, like, not bad, though. That came out, like, semi-recently. Contra's very hard to mess up. No, that sounds about right. I don't think I've ever played a Contra game, to be totally honest. But it seems like a pretty basic concept. But the problem, that game that we're talking about, the recent one they made, didn't even look like a Contra game, is kind of the problem there. They should have just made it something else. Kind of like what you were saying about how, why don't you just make it something, like, why don't you make it not Castlevania? You gotta check your clubs after this. That's fine. We're probably gonna take another break. I gotta pee. For some reason, the liquid refreshment is just flowing straight through me tonight. Don't know why. Just happens some nights, I guess. But anyway, like I was saying, I think Castlevania has the greatest chance of succeeding and at least being decent. Whereas the others, it's a tall ask. You can't just casually make a Metal Gear or a Silent Hill game and expect the community to just be all about it. Like, that's like, I think those communities are a little bit more demanding than the average game community. I've noticed, we talked about this a bit, like, like last week, I think? About how, like, I think your average Mega Man fan, like, actual Mega Man fan, as in they like Mega Man, they don't like Mega Man 2 and nothing else, they actually like Mega Man, is all in, right? I think the average Mega Man fan, no matter what Mega Man game they make, they're gonna be like, hell yeah, I want it. I think Sonic fans are pretty similar, where they're just like, yeah, we just want Sonic games, dude. I don't think Metal Gear and Silent Hill fans want that. I think they want a very specific type of game, and if it's not that type of game, they're just gonna shit all over it. And I don't want to oversimplify it, but I do think a lot of it is if Kojima's not involved, we don't care. Which, in that case, the franchises are doomed. Like, they'll never make another good game because they're never going to swallow their pride and ask Kojima to get re-involved. And I don't know if he would get re-involved on that note at this point. I think I fucked myself. Oh, well, that could have been worse. I'll take it. That's really hard to time to get past those. As much as I hated these wind enemies, once they started working, I do think they perhaps provide an interesting obstacle.
Nice, huh?
Castlevania is more dependent on story, lore, character elements than Contra, but is it as dependent as Silent Hill and Metal Gear is? That's the thing. I don't think it is. I'm not saying that those games don't have story and lore and characters, I just think typically people remember those games for the excellent gameplay, not the storylines. Yeah, I know that's a hot take. Maybe not a hot take that you have. Most Silent Hill fans I've heard mention the Bloober Team thing are like, this is going to be terrible, because they didn't like the medium. But I know that you did like it. Mega Man 11 and Sonic Mania prove that the legacies can be carried on by people invested in the core materials. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't necessarily have to be the original team, it just has to be people that are passionate about the original games. Look at Donkey Kong Country Returns and Tropical Freeze. That's not the original crew. It was just a crew that really liked the original trilogy and really respected it and knew how to... They understood what made it good. They went from no hitbox on the wind to really fucking bad hitbox. Yeah, the hitboxes are a little bit too large, I think. Like, Blue's gonna have to be careful. She should be able to skim through just fine, but that thing was probably gonna destroy her if it started blowing right as she shot. I saw that it was an eagle. I didn't see, like, the context of the shot, though. I was too engaged in the conversation. Okay, I did not expect that brush to cause that much problem. Like, I thought it would cause a little bit of slowdown. I didn't think it would cause that much slowdown. Anyway, we're gonna take a chance here. I know this is not my style. Oh baby! That curve, I actually compensated for it perfectly. I didn't think I did. I was pretty sure it was gonna miss. They still have some of Igarashi's crew around, and a new Castlevania could work. I don't know. All they have to do is find developers that really like the Castlevania games. And know what makes them great. I think that's what they did with Mega Man 11. Wasn't the director of 11 like the guy that made Resident Evil 7 or some shit? Like, all it took was he and the rest of the staff had to understand what made classic Mega Man good.
Nice shot.
Plus, Metroidvanias are such a thing now that I don't think you'd even have to find people that know what makes Castlevania good. You just have to find people who are passionate about the genre and that like Metroidvanias. There are, like, so many indie developers that could 100% pull off a Castlevania game, basically. Now, so, I guess hearing the fact that they're developing it internally is the scary part, right? Because you're like, if they're outsourcing it to the team that made Hollow Knight, you're probably going to be like, oh, dude, this is going to be fucking hype.
Nice shot.
I was really afraid that the wind was going to catch it on the second bounce and fuck it up. But yeah, I think, I guess I can say, I can say this about Silent Hill more than I can Metal Gear, I guess. Because I don't really watch people play Metal Gear anymore. I watch someone on Twitch play Silent Hill all the goddamn time, though, and I know that, I guess, my history might be a little bit wrong here, my facts might be a little bit wrong here, in that, I think the first 4 Silent Hill games were made by not a I guess a studio. You know how, like, Sega owns Sonic, but Sonic Team makes the games. Apparently there was a Team Silent that made the original 4 Silent Hills. And even this guy that loves Silent Hill, if it's not a Team Silent game, he's like, this game's storyline is garbage. Like, he just immediately dislikes it. And I have a feeling that that's what's gonna happen with, like, any new Silent Hill game. Is that people are just gonna be like, well, this isn't Team Silent, so...
Nice car.
It depends on if Konami is doing it in the interest of making video games that appeal to the same people that they once did, or if they're doing it just to make money. If they're doing it just to make money, all 3 of them are probably gonna suck, let's be real. What did Pauline have? Blue, what happened, by the way? -2 on Pauline. What a fucking surprise. Alright, so go back to lobby. We will take a quick break. Yeah, I think the concept of if it's not the original team, it's gonna be terrible is just very naive. And there's been several instances of that not being the case. Do you think Breath of the Wild was made by all the same people who made Zelda 1? Like, anyone who thinks that? Like, is that what you think? Mario Odyssey was made by the same people that made Super Mario Bros. 1? No! These things change hands all the time. Even Smash Brothers, like, Sakurai's been involved the whole time, but it's a completely different staff of people than it once was. Like, they rotate, like, all the fucking time. I guess when people say original staff, what they really mean is, like, creative director or whatever. Like, the guy in charge. The guy that's the one deciding how the game is gonna play and such. Because realistically, a lot of people in the crew probably just code the stuff they're told to code, right? They probably don't have any input. So I don't think it particularly matters, but anyway, yeah, I think it's a dangerous and naive way. And we have plenty of games that are, like, good examples of that not being the case. Like I said with Mega Man 11 and Sonic Mania and Donkey Kong Country Returns. Like, those games those weren't the original developers. It was just from people that were very passionate about the original projects. and knew how to reverse engineer it and still make something that is good in the same line of what the original, how the original was good. Now, I guess the concern is, like I said, is Konami finding the people who are passionate about it and can make it work? That's the part that's like, you kind of don't trust Konami, right? Because for 10 years they were just like, we're just gonna make pachinko machines. And the games they did put out were either collections or bad. Or mobile games, which could be filed right underneath bad, depending on how you look at mobile games. So you kind of don't trust them to, like, do it right? And I think that's a legitimate concern, but I think the overall opinion, and I don't mean to be, like... I don't mean to be addressing you specifically, Scarlet, because you did kind of say this, but I do think you are more open-minded than this, but I do hear a lot of people say stuff like that are just like, if it's not the original crew, it's gonna be bad. And it's like, I think that's, like, very naive. I can see the concern, but I think it's very naive. Now, I do think that is a potential issue with, like... I think, like, Metal Gear is probably the best example here. Because, like, that was all, like, written by, like, one person, right? Maybe, like, one or two people. If they don't have the same people, then there's no guaranteeing that the storyline isn't gonna go completely off the fucking rails. By, like, because... when they created Metal Gear, they had a story they wanted to tell, right? And I'm under the impression that they told that story. Because they wanted to stop making Metal Gear at one point, right? Didn't they finish it, and then Konami was like, no, make more games? So they just had to make up more story. So perhaps we've already reached that point where it doesn't matter. But, like, with Mega Man Legends 3, for example, like, let's look at that. That story was incomplete. So the concern there is whoever they get to eventually make Mega Man Legends 3 and finish that story, they don't know what the original people had in mind for how that story was going to end. Which could potentially make it just not fit, and you're going to be like, this feels completely different and not, like, in line with the rest of the storytelling whatsoever, right? And I feel like that's a concern with Metal Gear in particular. Because I think that game is very focused on, like, Kojima's style of storytelling and character growth. And if they don't get that just right, it's just gonna feel wrong, right? Oh, was it only supposed to be 2? I thought it was supposed to be at least 3. But yeah, then Konami was just like, make more. So it's basically the Mega Man X series. Oh, and then they talked him into making 3, and then that was supposed to be the last one, and then it just kept going. So yeah, honestly, at this point, and I don't know anything about Metal Gear's storyline, so I could just be totally wrong here, but at this point, they may have already jumped the shark where the storyline has nothing to do with anything. And if that's the case, they could probably make a new game, and it probably wouldn't matter. It can just be a self-contained storyline, and it'll be fine. But you still want to make sure the tone is correct, right? Otherwise, people are going to be like, this just feels different. And that could potentially be bad. And I do think, from what I've seen of Silent Hill fans and Metal Gear fans, aside from Scarlet, I do think Scarlet's a little bit more open-minded about this sort of thing. But I think the overall fan of those two franchises already has their mind made up that if it's different, then it's bad. And Konami's at a bit of a disadvantage, then, is what it comes down to. Anyway. Quick break. Was it Bonnie Greens you wanted to do next, or was it Rookie Course? I don't remember. Bonnie, I think. So yeah, we'll do that next, but I do want to take a real quick break, so, yeah, stay tuned. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and then we'll continue the conversation, and we'll continue golfing. Someone brought dinner, and I was like, fuck yeah, I'm hungry. Well, absolutely, yeah. Alright, what else is Scarlet saying here? Metal Gear Rising showed that other directors can carry on his basic tone and quirks to a degree. Was that the one made by Platinum? Which I do think they would be a pretty good fit. I don't know if they'd be able to handle stealth gameplay very well, though. Oh, that sucks, guy. Is it just like rain and wind? The gameplay was... Oh, so like one of their writers didn't handle it, though? Also, another good example of the original crew doesn't particularly matter argument is Mighty Number 9. They had all of the original crew. Not all of the original crew, but they had the person credited with making Mega Man amazing, and look at what happened. So yeah, it can be done. I guess is what I'll leave it at. That sucks too because, like, you've had outages before that have lasted a while, right? Yeah, Inafune is not, like, a game designer. It's kind of what that taught us. Yeah, he needed somebody else that understood what made the games great. I don't think he understood that. Or he thought that the characters and lore could carry it. Okay. We'll jump in. Bonnie Greens. We'll just, like, keep this one off to the side, and if it winds up being a terrible skewing, then we won't count it. I don't know who I'm playing as. Who are you gonna do, Blue? Maybe I'll put in a Rosalina round if Blue's not gonna play Rosalina. But if you are, that's all. I imagine that's the one you were trying to get his Superstar Clubs, right? So, makes sense. Alright, I don't know if I'm still in the lead. I think Eno might be in the lead now. So, I haven't calculated it yet. We're not gonna worry about it. It's fine. We'll just worry about it on the next one. Should I turn wind up, or do you think I should just leave it at normal? And it'll be fine. These courses are all very straightforward. I don't know anything about the number 9 story and character personality. Have you not played it? I would love to hear you play. I think I missed my... I don't know if that counted as strong or not. I hit the button, but, like, we ran out of time. I would love to hear you play Mighty Number 9, Scarlet, and hear what you have to say about it, in general. I should play it again, really. Just because I only played it when it first came out, and it was, like... The PR dumpster fire disaster was, like, so bad that I think I let that, like... I'm not gonna say hinder my enjoyment of the game, because I don't think there's a lot to enjoy there. But, I'd be curious to know how I feel about it now after some time has passed, is basically what I'm getting at. Well, we got 9 mile an hour wind, like, right away, so it probably did count as strong. Alright, yeah, so we'll keep this one off to the... off to the side. just in case it gets completely crazy. And then let me math it out and see what the last round did to us.
Nice shot.
Oh, then I'll catch up on chat again once I'm done there. Okay, so Theo didn't have a round there. Blue did.
Nice shot.
That last one hurt you, Blue. I hate to tell you. That one was pretty rough.
Nice shot.
Pauline is still just fucking middle of the road. Yeah, Eno is technically winning now, so he should have been the one on standard clubs. But I didn't pick standard anyway, so it's fine. We'll adjust it next round.
Nice shot.
That'll do. The unfortunate thing about, like, getting a quick snack on a break is that I often just want more. I'm just like that kind of sated my hunger, but now I'm also like, I wanted more than that. It's on sale for $3 right now. I don't know if it's worth it. But I really would love to hear what you have to think about the game.
Nice shot.
I wonder if I were to play it again, I wonder if I should get a different version of it. Because I have the Wii U version, and the Wii U version was not very good.
Nice on.
Perhaps obviously. Do you think there are still people waiting for their 3DS version? And is it too soon to make this joke? Their 3DS and Vita versions? Or did the Vita version come out? That one might have actually come out. Be sure 3DS never did, though. Yeah, you're in first for the month now, and I did a thing last month where, since I was in first, I restricted myself to only using standard clubs. The lead never changed through all of last month, so it never came up. Cute meta gal games that seem to be Mega Man inspired. I don't know what that is, but it can't be worse than Mighty Number 9, so... You know. I do kind of remember Mighty Number 9 just being kind of, like, breathtakingly average. It wasn't, like, bad, but there was nothing special about it. It's kind of how I remember it.
Nice birdie. Birdie.
You know what was really disappointing about Mighty Number 9 to me? Is that even the soundtrack is underwhelming. When that game was in development and we started, like, seeing the writing on the wall, and we were like, you know, this is probably gonna be awful. At the whole time, at least I was like, at least the soundtrack's gonna be fucking sick. The soundtrack was very, very forgettable, and, like, just nothing special.
Ready?
I don't really remember there being frustrating control elements. I just remember that it was just nothing special. I seem to remember that the whole, like, dashing through enemies mechanic was actually kind of fun. That game had, like, the pieces to be a good game. It was just... the guy putting the pieces together didn't know how to make a good game. I think is what it came down to. Or run a company. Yeah, this is random tease. The only thing I'm not sure about is wind, but we're seeing, like, kind of high winds, so it probably is on strong. I think that Metagal game is, like, about to come to Switch, or just did. I think I recall hearing about it. Though I was also kind of, like, immediately turned off because the site I'm not by the game itself, but the website I saw it on that was reporting on it, of course sold it as, like, it's a Mega Man game. It's not even a fucking side-scroller, if I remember correctly. I think it's a top-down game. I was like, that's not... what? No. I think what they meant was that the characters look like Mega Man characters, which is true. Don't get me wrong. But just the way they phrased it, I expected a side-scrolling run-and-gun, jump-and-shoot kind of game. And that's, like, not what it is. What was the other thing on your buy list? What do you mean? Oh, Unmetal? That we talked about yesterday? The only reason I'd say to go for Mighty Number 9 is because it's so cheap. Like, $3 is, like, you kinda can't go wrong, even when it comes to Mighty Number 9. Maybe it was a sequel that was being made or something. Or maybe it was a different game entirely. Maybe I'm not even thinking of the same franchise. It was like a top-down roguelike. I was like, this is in no way anything like a Mega Man game. The characters kind of look like Mega Man characters. Sure, I'll give you that, but... yeah, it might have been an entirely different game that I was looking at. Or maybe they made a Mega Man style one and another one that isn't a Mega Man style. I don't know. I don't even remember where I saw it, so I can't even be like... oh, I'll go look really quick. And it was like a week ago. So even... the fuck was that curve? That was interesting. Ooh. Shouldn't have backspun. That was actually beautiful until the backspun hit. Yeah, it was an indie game. I'm pretty sure.
Nice approach.
I think I know what news site I saw it on, but like I said, this was like a week or two ago, so I think I'd have a hard time finding it if I were to go back.
Nice birdie. Birdie.
I think the thing that makes this course easier is the fact that the courses are very, like, straight. There's not a lot of obstacles to deal with.
Nice birdie.
I kind of feel like if it's a course that we can get birdies on every hole, then we probably shouldn't include. We should just discount the score.
Nice birdie.
Like, consistently get birdies on every hole. You really want to know? I'll try to look for it.
Nice block.
Maybe if I narrow it down to just games they've reviewed, I'll be able to find it faster. Oh no, I found it already. No, it's called Metallic Child. I don't know where I saw the one that you're talking about, and why I thought that that's what I was thinking of. I did not know it was my turn because the controller didn't fucking rumble. That's all there is to it.
Nice shot. Nice on.
No, it was bothering me too. I wanted to know what I was talking about. I didn't see what Pauline did. Sad to say. Maybe that should be the gauge. If the AI performs better than 2 under, like, consistently, then it's probably gonna skew things. Although, I don't know, like I was saying earlier, maybe if as long as we hold ourselves to only doing these stages, like, once a night, it won't be that big of a deal. Leave them as, like, breather stages. If we just do them a lot, it's probably gonna fuck some things up. Also, you realize your handicap is gonna be, like, nightmarish next week, right, you know? Oh, maybe not. At the moment, it's gonna be 2 under, which isn't that bad. After this course, it might be bad, though. So we should probably follow this up with, like, Bowser Highlands, right? Although, we'll probably only have time for 1 more after this. I saw my camera freeze for a second, but it seems fine now. Either Bowser Highlands or
Nice on.
whatever that new desert level's called. I still can't. Spiky Palms? Is that what it was? And there are enough courses now that we can easily do, like... We don't have to do the same course multiple times a night. If we do each course once, we still won't... Like, we won't even do all of them, because there's just enough of them now. So that should make it okay, too. Because we probably won't even play these courses once a week or anything like that. The only one I'll absolutely put my foot down on is Amateur New Donk. Because doing that course is like asking, it's like just inviting people to get holes in one. Like, that's just gonna completely fuck everything up. I, for a second, thought that wasn't gonna go in. Maybe we could even say if we do one, we can't do the others. We can do Rookie Course, Bonnie Greens, or New Donk City, but we shouldn't do multiple of them a night.
Ready?
That's actually exactly where I wanted the risk to go. That's beautiful. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. I think the bigger issue is that I feel like when we hit courses like this, like, Theo's at a disadvantage right now, right? Because Theo ended 2 over, and this course would have allowed him to recover. So it almost feels unfair. What I wish you could do, and I know I said this last week, I wish you could just change the weather. I feel like if we could just, say, make it rain here, make it rainy and windy, that would probably make it, like, a significantly harder course. And we wouldn't score consistently well, like, as much as we do. Yeah. Yeah, he'll have a 0 or maybe 1 under again, since it is going to be based off of tonight's score before handicap. My handicap next week is going to be fucking garbage. It's going to be really rough. Meanwhile, Blues is going to be, like, hilariously forgiving. Oh, was it lagging? Yeah, it was lagging. Blue got disconnected.
Nice shot.
That sucks. This was an opportunity for Blue to, like, really, like, repair her score a little bit, and now it's not gonna count. That's really unfortunate.
Nice shot.
Oh, it was just your Switch disconnected? That sucks. It happens. It's not a big deal. Like I said, it just sucks because at this point you had 3 under. That would have repaired your score quite a bit, I think. You still got points and got the clubs, though. That's good, at least. It's not a total waste.
Nice shot.
Well, if anything, that'll allow us to finish this a little bit faster. Because AI players just play faster, right? Because they don't have to think. They also don't even have to aim for the green. Like, who fucking cares, right? Like, what are you doing? That was your 9-iron. You could have, like, literally... Why would you choose to not go for the green? The AI makes my head hurt. Like, what's going on? Anyway, we'll get through it a smidge faster, which means we can then fit in that one more course of Bowser Highlands tonight. We'll end it on that.
Nice on. Nice shot.
And yet Pauline gets a shot like that.
Nice on.
I guess she does have superstar clubs and Ninja doesn't, so... God, camera's being real laggy tonight, I'm noticing.
Birdie.
I should really order a new USB hub. I was waiting until I decided on a new desk, but maybe I shouldn't wait that long. Maybe I should just do it. Especially after my microphone cut out last night. Which I'm fairly certain is the USB hub at fault.
Nice birdie. Birdie.
I'm so glad that the Champ AI with Superstar Clubs, like, almost never does that. Those, like, arbitrary putts that's like, what the hell were you? You are literally just, like, wasting strokes. I guess the handicap kind of stops these courses from being too beneficial, too, because even if I continue to birdie every single hole, I'm still only going to get 4 under once the handicap goes into play. If anything, it's just going to hurt my handicap next week. Like, that's just going to cause some problems. You know what?
Nice shot.
I wasn't liking having to snake around those trees. It wasn't. It's like a twin stick shooter, but without the twin stick. Is it not twin stick? I don't think I watched gameplay. I only looked at screenshots.
Nice shot. Nice shot.
Oh, the attacks are... So it's even less like a Mega Man game. God damn it. That site lied to me.
Nice shot.
I get it. Are you excited for Castlevania on Monday, Scarlet? I hope so. I think they were just looking at the art style. But even that seems like kind of unfair. It's a little uphill. Let's...
Nice shot.
Where are you placing your bet? Are you expecting me to, like, do super well or get completely... just get my ass completely destroyed?
Great.
Castlevania 1. I'll start at the beginning. My OCD is very powerful in that regard. I don't want to skip around. I don't want to skip games entirely. I very much want to try all of them. Maybe not necessarily finish all of them, but at least try all of them.
Great.
I was watching somebody play the Advanced Collection the other night, and one of the games he was really not enjoying, and I don't know which one it was, but apparently the one, like, wasn't localized very well, so it's very obtuse. And he wasn't having too great of a time with that one. But I forget which one it was. Yeah, this AI is, like... I think this is a good example of how it's not... Their AI still gets better for different clubs, too. Although, even then, it's using Star. Not Superstar, but just normal Star. It should still be doing better than this.
Not yipping.
Man. Cool your jets. Yo, I'm getting a fucking eagle too. What was happening? I need to cool my jets too, apparently. Dude, I'm gonna have like a fucking 4 under handicap next week. It's gonna suck. What am I doing? What is he doing? This is the worst we've ever seen the AI play. Like, what on earth was that? Was that even a bogey? I think that was such a bogey that the game didn't even label it. They were just like, +5. Fuck you. What on earth was that? Did they make the bad AI even worse? And they made the good AI good and the bad ones even worse than they were before? It's alarming. Yeah, is it trying to be a parody of Blue or something? The AI, it's like, look at me, I'm Blueberry. So toxic. Look at me, I'm Blueberry, I'm stuck in the bunker. Ha ha ha. Oh yeah, I meant to ask, like, do you know of, like, a good, like, spoiler-free, like, simple guide for Castlevania 2? Where if I get to a point where I'm like, I just need to know where to go next, that I can, like, look up a simple list. Because, yeah, I should probably have resources on hand for Castlevania 2 at least. I'm ready to go into the other ones blind, but from what I hear and know of Castlevania 2, I should probably have resources ready for that one.
Nice shot.
I think the first, like, hour will still be me trying to just see what I can do without looking at resources, but because I tend to have this attitude of, like, when people are like, oh, the game doesn't tell you what to do, my first thought is, yeah, it told you what to do, and you just mashed through the dialogue. You Aaron Hansen'd it, and it's not the game at fault here. But, I am of the understanding that that game has problems, so I'll take it.
Nice on.
A map would be, like, fantastic. Actually. Maybe. I don't know. I don't want to, like, I don't want to walk through. You know what I mean?
Nice shot.
I'm very against, like, doing blind playthroughs where you're just, you call it a blind playthrough, but you already know where to go because you looked it all up. I don't want to walk through. I just want something that will help me if I get stuck. You guys know how much I've complained about watching someone play. Back when the Mega Man Legacy Collection came out, I remember watching some streamers play those quote-unquote blind, and they would just boot the game up and be like, chat, which Robot Master do I fight first? And it's like, that's not blind! That's not a first-time experience. That's a handheld experience. Like, that's not what I want. This was the last hole, right? Yeah, this is gonna hurt.
Nice birdie.
Yeah, like, I don't know if I want to count those. Those are very high scores.
Nice ball.
Except for Ninja.
Birdie.
I guess maybe the best way of doing it for Castlevania 2 is to simply say, Like, yeah, Scarlet, I'd appreciate if you could be there and be available, and not necessarily like feed me information, but be available when I have questions.
Alright.
Yeah, Pauline was still 2 under somehow. Oh, right. That's a thing. Alright, let's get this kicking again. I might leave those scores off to the side and calculate them in later. I might, like, after the stream, calculate the handicap both ways and see, like, how much of a difference it makes. If that's, like, a full extra point to the handicap, then that might be, like, a little bit too potent. But I do have them written down. I'm just not calculating them in yet. I think I'll do what I did with New Donk last week, where it's just, I'll do 2 versions of the score and see what the difference is. You'll also have to forgive me in advance, Scarlet, because if anyone else shows up and pulls what people did when I was playing Zelda 1 speedruns, and just assumes that I don't know anything, I'm gonna be fucking grouchy that night. That's probably gonna be a thing with the entire collection, really. Like, I'll probably be grouchy if anyone tries to be like, you missed wall chicken! Go back! You missed the wall chicken. Why aren't you using the holy water on this boss? What are you doing? Are you stupid? Like, I'm gonna be, like, super fucking grouchy that night if we get a lot of that, so... I don't know who I want to play as. Shot in the dark. We're gonna do Ouija.
Yahoo! Okay.
Just randomly. Bowser. 6 holes. Random, off. Yeah, whether I calculate Bonnie Green's in or not, I think you're in the lead either way. I technically scored higher, but my handicap is higher, so... yeah.
Ready?
Yeah, this way's fine. The fast greens make me nervous, though, like, consistently. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. But yeah, that won't be until next week anyway. Like, obviously I've seen speedruns of Castlevania 1, so I being an NES game, I know it's not terribly long. Especially, but I don't know what my learning curve on that's going to be. My current plan is that we'll spend 1 stream per game, win or lose. So, on Monday we'll do Castlevania 1. If I beat it, cool. If we get 6 hours in and I haven't beaten it yet, we're still gonna move on. Maybe we'll come back. So then stream 2 will be Castlevania 2. Same thing. If I beat it, cool. If it's, if I just can't make it, if I can't manage it, then we'll move on. 3rd stream will be Castlevania 3, etc. Because I want to give them all a thorough chance, but I also don't want to, like, sit on one for too long, if that makes sense. Because there's, what, 7 or 8 games in the Anniversary Collection? And then if I also want to pick up the Advanced Collection and play those, there's another 4 games. So... I'm also thinking that after we finish Twilight... For now, Castlevania is just going to be Mondays.
Nice shot.
I think once we finish Twilight Princess and Metroid Dread, we're going to go full in on Castlevania. We're just gonna do those until we get it finished. Because I realized if I only do it once a week, we'll never finish it in October. And it will probably take us several months to get through all the games. So...
Nice shot.
Now, keeping in mind that I think some of the games are going to obviously not be beatable within one stream. Like, the advanced games in particular probably are not... Those are probably multiple stream games, if I had to guess. And that's fine, too. But... I also don't want to find myself in a situation where I'm like... Well, we're gonna do Castlevania 1 tonight. Oh, we didn't beat it. We'll do Castlevania 1 next time, and then beat it in the first hour. I don't want to do what we did in the Sonic Marathon of 2020, where we would often finish a game in the middle of the stream, and then switch to the next game. I'd rather it be, like, nice and organized. This is the Castlevania 1 episode, this is the Castlevania 2 episode, etc. It's gonna be a little tricky to make work, but depending on the lengths of the games. There's gonna be a lot of winging. A lot of it comes down to just how much fun I have, too. Who knows? Maybe I'll hate the old style Castlevanias. Maybe I'll be like, this is intolerable, and I can't stand it. Could go either way. It could be a Zelda 2, where I'm like, I absolutely want to finish this, and I'm having a good time playing it. It could be a Zelda 1, where I'm like, I'm enjoying this so much that I want to speedrun it. It could be a Fire Emblem where I'm like, I'm enjoying this, but I don't want to play it for 50 hours. Where I'm like, yeah, this is cool, it's just, it's too fucking long. This green sucks. What the shit? It's just like all downhill, right? So we're gonna want to pop it up like a little bit further than we need to. That's probably too far. I expected it to roll way more. That's more like it. Okay, you can stop now. Oh my god. That works. That stopped very abruptly, but I'll take it.
Nice chipping.
Really? So what is it that's so, like, poorly done about Castlevania 2, out of curiosity? Because it's not, like... It's not an open exploration-style Castlevania, right? Isn't it still, like, more of a linear... Like, the levels are more linear, and it's just get to the end of the levels? So what's so... How can you get lost in a game like that, I guess is what I'm getting at. Well, yeah, but, like, why does the localization matter if it's just go to the next stage and beat it? Or do you have to, like, revisit some stages sometimes or something like that? It is more open? Just not necessarily like Symphony of the Night open. Like, not quite like that. I know I've watched, like, sequelitis and all that shit, but it's been a while, so... What the fuck is this green, dude? This is hot garbage. Oh, no. No, 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 no. That's fine. Balance my score out so I don't have to have, like, fucking 4 under next week, because I really don't want to. Fuck you, video game. I'm working on it. That was not nearly hard enough, but it stopped and didn't roll back, so it's fine. That sucked.
Double bogey.
I wouldn't even say it has curves, it's just outright downhill. It's just flat downhill. Curves implies that it's kind of like all over the place, I think. When I think of hilly, I think of there's lots of different hills and dips, and that was just Yeah, I think the timer is only if you're the only one left in the game. Like, you just haven't finished yet. So I think it's a fail-safe in case you're in a ranked game or in multiplayer in general, where, like, one person just happens to put their controller down. As soon as everyone else finishes, it's like, okay, we'll give them a minute. Like an NPC says use a magic potion to overcome an evil wall or something like that, but it means use the holy water to destroy certain blocks and detect false blocks. I think there was a... The one I just mentioned that I was watching somebody play, the advanced one, had something like that where he got an ability that was like... What it let him do was double jump out of knockback. So if he was, like, getting hit... he could, like, double jump to recover from the knockback, like, distance. But the tooltip said something about, like, you heal when you take damage. Like, it was very incorrect with the way it was phrased. It should be more considerate if someone's actually playing, yeah. I mean, I guess that they're assuming that if you're the last one left, you're probably on the green anyway. What are the chances of you being, like, still at... If you're still at the T, that's your fault, right? What was it, Area of Sorrow? Yeah, I don't remember which one it was. Player was just being... No, that was a pretty bad localization error. That's pretty bad. There's a pretty big difference between knockback resistance and healing. And on one hand, I see it. They probably saw the Japanese word for recovery or something, and they misread it or something. But I get it, but it's still a localization error. I mean, I think he still finished it. I just remember him saying that, like, it was kind of obtuse and he didn't like it as much as the other two. The one he played after that, which I think is the one with Soma, that one he seemed to really like.
Nice shot. Nice on.
Area is the one with Soma. I don't think it was the one with Soma was the one he was complaining about. But maybe that was the one with that one item that was localized poorly. I want to say it was the one... I watched him play two. One was the one with Soma, and one was the one with just Belmont. I think that's the one he was complaining about was really obtuse. And that was with a chat full of backseaters. So... That it might have been a poor localization from Arya. But that might have still been not the one that he was complaining about. Blue's being ballsy right now. The fucking balls. I mean, you're out of there. It counts. It works. It's better than retaking the shot. I'll give... I'll give you a little golf clap for that one. You saved it. Anyway, I'll just have to remember to put up that fucking, no backseating pin to chat and to, like, really just lock people down if they... I'm a little worried that, like, of course out of all of the games to grow my channel, it's gonna be the one that's gonna pull people in that just want to tell me how to play. Like, that's just... I just kind of see it coming, I guess. You've done that a few times. I believe it. I like that it, like, and this maybe sounds weird, but oh no. I like that it sounds like you play the game a lot now, whereas, like, the first month of the game, it sounded like you only played it with us.
Nice birdie.
It sounds like you spend a lot of time playing it off stream now, too, though. Which is cool. And interesting, because now I don't play it off stream at all. Now I basically only play it on stream. Oh no!
Birdie.
Why? Why? After that, like, fantastic save, that hurts. That hurts so much. But yeah, just like I said, Scarlet, apologies in advance. Remember that I may be, like, snappy that night. If anyone else tries. For the most part, I'm giving you the go-ahead to, like, help where you think I might need it. But if other people try to push my buttons there, I'm probably gonna get grouchy in a hurry. Or if they just try to be like, oh, I can't believe he's still on this boss.
Nice birdie.
What? Well, you want your handicap to be applied here. Because your handicap is just going to improve your score. You're gonna... This will be par. Realistically. If you sink it now, you'll be 2 over par, but since your handicap is 2 over par, that is par. So yes, we can count this as par. What I'll probably wind up doing, Scarlet, is, like, when we get to 2, is it'll probably be a lot of, like, okay, the NPC said that, what did they actually mean? I'll probably be doing a lot of that. Where I'll still want to, like, talk to people and try and find the breadcrumbs that the game leaves. But then also ask, what's that actually supposed to mean? It sounds kind of similar to Zelda 2 in that regard. Would you say that's accurate? Where Zelda 2 was very, like, the NPCs told you where to go, it's just oftentimes it was localized very poorly, and it didn't make any goddamn sense. Can I go up there? I'm not gonna be able to reach the green from there, I don't think. So I don't know if I like that plan. I might be able to, because it's downhill? This could maybe work. It might not be my best plan, but... It's worse than Zelda 2, but that's kind of what the problem is, right? Is either it's poorly localized or the information was in the instruction manual. So yeah, if I had to guess, I'm still gonna want to explore. It's just I'll probably easily get to that mindset of, like, I feel like I already asked everybody everything and I don't know where to go. That was lag, wasn't it? Or did you mean to be like, I'd rather use this tea? That's what it looks like. It looks like you rage quit and we're like, nah, I want to use that tea. That tea's better. Anyway, I like the angle of playing Castlevania 2 from the perspective of having you translate it, basically. We'll talk to an NPC and they'll be like, okay, Scarlet, what did they say? A flame is on top of the 6th tree in Dennis Woods. I have no idea what this person means. Is it like, I mean, the 6th tree in Dennis Woods you have to set on fire? Is there not a Dennis Woods? Is that the problem? Or are there no trees in Dennis Woods? Or is it just that setting the 6th tree on fire doesn't seem to actually fucking do anything? There's Dennis Marsh. But there's not Dennis Woods. I get you. Yeah, I'm under the impression that sometimes, like, especially until recently, and by recently I mean, like, the last 20 years, before the year 2000, and maybe even in, like, up through, like, 2005, maybe, I think a lot of localization teams didn't understand the context of the game. Like, they weren't provided the context. So they just localized things based on that one line, and they didn't question, like, the context in the rest of the game. Which is why a bunch of nonsensical stuff happens. The guy that localized that didn't know there was a Dennis Woods. He happened to translate it as Dennis Woods instead of Dennis Marsh. For example. And then no one, like, went through and was like, oh, they localized it as a different name, we should fix that. It's an assumption, at least. Oh god, this sucks. At least it's not going into that fucking bunker. That bunker's a nightmare. Yo, this is actually not bad. I'll take that. I'm happy with that. But yeah, for the most part, we'll see when we get there. Like, I don't really know what to expect, I guess is the problem. I want to be prepared, but I don't want to be so over-prepared that it, like, ruins the first-time reactions. You know what I mean? We were talking about this with Fatal Frame earlier, too. I don't know a lot about Fatal Frame, and I like that, because that means if I get this Fatal Frame release and play it, my reactions are going to be, like, very authentic, because I have no idea what I'm getting into. And that's good, but on the other hand, it's intimidating, I guess, especially with older games where I might potentially get lost, or are very hard.
Great.
Yeah, it makes sense to get everything charged up. I don't know if you have any, like... Do you have any, like, external battery packs for charging? You should probably get those charged, too. But yeah, I want to be prepared for the Castlevanias, but I also don't want to know everything about them already. I don't think it's terribly interesting to watch somebody play a game blind and have, like, half of their reactions be like, oh yeah, I remember this part from the speedrun. Or I remember this part from when I watched Scarlet play it. Like,
Stop it.
That's why I don't think my Final Fantasy VII Remake playthrough was very good, because most of it was just... Oh yeah, I remember watching Twain do this. And I don't think that makes for good reactions. Now, you still got, like, gameplay reactions, but as far as plot went, like, I kind of already knew everything that was going on there, which probably made it not that great of a playthrough. Oh, we're so close.
Nice approach.
That's why I don't like to, and this is something that's tricky, especially with PC games, because you want to test PC games and emulation. You want to test to make sure the game's going to run well, right? But you also don't want to see that much of the game, because you want to save those reactions for when you're playing on stream. But on the other hand, you don't want to boot the game up on stream and then have nothing work, because that's a far worse outcome. Which actually reminds me, when we're done tonight, I should schedule a stream, an unlisted stream, and test some PC stuff and some emulator stuff before we potentially get to it, just to make sure nothing bad happens.
Birdie.
Yeah, I've never really had any, like... The worst power outage I ever had was where I lived before I moved to Virginia.
Birdie.
Where I lived in Pennsylvania before that. The house I lived at there, the thunderstorm wasn't even that bad, but the transformer across the street got struck by lightning, and we were out of power for, like... I want to say, like, 16 hours, which, like, isn't even that crazy, and it was during the night, so it, like, wasn't that big of a deal, but it still sucked. Like, it was still not a good time. It was in the middle of summer, it was hot as fuck,
Nice birdie.
so it still sucked, but it could have been much worse, is what I'm getting at.
Nice par.
Yeah, I think if it was 16 hours and it wasn't in the middle of, like, a summer heat wave, it probably would have been nothing at all. And I might even be wrong when I say 16 hours. It might not have even been that long. It happened in the evening, I remember, because we had people over. Like, I had a bunch of friends there when it happened. And I remember it being kind of rough, because we were kind of like, you know, we had plans, but it was just kind of like, oh, I guess you can go home, because... clearly can't do much here. And it was in the morning when it came back, so it was probably less than 12 hours, realistically. It was still, like, dark out when I remember hearing the trucks coming to fix it.
Bogey.
I just remember that it was really fucking hot, and I was, like, all of my, like, handhelds, I was turning, like, screen brightness down to make the battery last longer. Because I was still on a nighttime schedule at the time, so I was up all night. And it was too fucking hot to sleep anyway, so...
Ready?
I was just trying to, like, make the most out of, like, how much DS battery life I have and stuff. I think I remember you either talking about that, or you had a really bad power outage, like, and we're talking about it in stream at one point. Or maybe it was so that you were talking about that one. I don't remember. This bridge makes me nervous, because I often hit it. So I think what we're gonna have to do... yeah, just make sure we can clear it. I think you might have been talking about that back when the avalanches were a thing last winter. I think you maybe mentioned it during that. Is probably what I'm remembering. But yeah, considering, like, what other people go through during, like, catastrophes and stuff, that was, like... Sure, it still sucked, but it wasn't, like, you know, life-threatening or anything. Yup, like that. Thank you for the demonstration, Blue. I wonder if those pipes are like... I know you can't shoot the ball into them, but I wonder if those are there for, like, transportation in, like... I wonder how many of these maps were, like, future-proofed for cross-country. Is what I'm getting at. Glad to be helpful. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying I was trying to avoid.
Nice shot.
We're probably gonna go a little bit overtime, but that's okay. Oh no. You barely even touched a pip. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that. Can you cry? It's October. It's Halloween. It's spooky. Yeah, go for it. Noise of breathe fire. One of my so I'm really looking forward to Armor Wars. They're making a Disney Plus series starring War Machine.
Nice shot.
And it's because of, like, there's this moment in Iron Man 3 where, what's his name? Killian breathes fire, and Rhodey just looks at him, he's like, you breathe fire. Oh, okay. And, like, his reactions to all this, like, super crazy shit happening around him all the time is always, like, super funny. I'm looking forward to seeing more stuff like that. You reminded me of that with your fire breathing. It's the way that he sees just, like, batshit crazy stuff, and he's just like, oh, okay, that's a thing. Alright. That's fine, I guess. Because he's just a dude, right? Like... That's probably not hard enough. This might suck, and I probably shouldn't have backspun. I need to, like, think these things through a little bit more. I tend to start the shot, and then I'll start thinking about, like, okay, should I topspin this or backspin this? And I have to, like, make the decision in a split second, instead of just, like, preparing it in advance.
Nice shot.
That's why oftentimes when I try to do really advanced curves, I'll, like, completely fuck them up, because I'm, like, I'm not, like, getting myself ready for it in advance. Town's not ready for me. I mean, what town's ever ready for it, to be fair? The Cyborg, yeah. I don't think we know anything about Armor Wars yet, except that it stars that character. I don't think we know, like, who the villain's gonna be or anything. I don't think anything, like, about casting has been revealed.
Birdie.
When's Shang-Chi hitting Disney Plus? I think it's not for, like, another couple weeks yet. I haven't heard that much about it, but I think what I have heard was, like, pretty good. Which is probably, like, the outcome you want. Is you want to hear that it's good, but it's not so good that people won't shut the fuck up about it. That was my issue with, like, something I was getting sick of when it came down to, like, Endgame in particular, was, like, everybody was fucking talking about it. So it was like, if you had any interest in seeing the movie, you had to go see it as soon as possible, because you weren't going to be able to avoid people talking about it. That's why I was kind of, like, ready for a break after that from MCU. Like, now I'm all ready for more, but I'm also like, do I want it to be that mainstream again? Not really, because it sucked having to, like, watch what I read online.
Birdie.
Yeah, it's really all you can do, guys, have your, like... Especially because, from what I know of your family, they're probably not the type to prepare for that sort of shit at all, right? And they're gonna be fucking panicked as fucking... just all fuck when something like that happens. So, the most you can do is just have all your shit in order. And be ready for it. Especially if no one else is gonna be. Boom.
Nice
Oh, yeah.
birdie.
Original Armor... Oh, so I don't think any Armor Wars was, like, based on a comic. I mean, it makes sense. But people... I do know that's what it's about, is he's, like, trying to clean up the mess of, like, people trying to copy Stark stuff. I think that's what it's supposed to be about. But I don't know if we know anything about, like, villain or anything like that. Your friends took you to see it? You mean they took you captive, is what you mean to say. Right? Yeah, there's one cast member confirmed. It's Don Cheadle. So yeah, I don't think we necessarily know anything about that one yet. Makes sense. They probably...
Ready?
It's still a ways off. They don't want to distract us with that too much just yet. I think they could still do Crimson Dynamo, to be honest. They could just twist it, like they do a lot. They twist a lot of stuff in the MCU. I forgot that I was Luigi. All I can do is apologize.
Nice
Bum.
shot.
Yeah, I think they said it would be... It's not going to be, like... What's the normal release between theater and, like, home release? It's usually, like, 3 months, right? I think they said Shang-Chi is going to hit Disney Plus, like, in, like, a month and a half after theater release. So it's not going to be, like, the same timing exactly. So yeah, I'll probably watch it as soon as it hits Disney Plus. I should still watch Black Widow a second time. I still haven't done that yet. I'm kind of under the impression that the guy in Iron Man 2 was more so Crimson Dynamo than Whiplash, right? Like, if between those two characters? It's I think I told Eno about this, but now I don't remember. There was I think it was a Risk of Rain stream. It could have been a Monster Hunter stream though. A while ago, before Black Widow came out, where we were talking about Marvel stuff. And he said something about how isn't Crimson Dynamo in that movie or something like that. And I was like, yeah, sure, I think so. I think it's that guy from Stranger Things. And then we like eventually I looked it up and I was like, oh no, he's the Red Guardian, not the Crimson Dynamo. And we were like, yeah, whatever, like guy in red. It's an easy mistake to make, right? There's then a scene in Black Widow where he's talking to one of his daughters about, like, his days as a superhero, and she says something about, like, I don't want to hear about your stupid Crimson Dynamo stories. And he gets all upset, he's like, it was a Red Guardian. I was like, dude, that's really funny. You'll love it when the writers are, like, on the same page you are with stuff like that. This is unfortunate. Just wasn't enough to recover. They might have. I don't know. See, that shouldn't have been super backspin. I have a bad habit of just doing it just because. I think a normal backspin would have been fine there. Also, I compensated for the wind too much again. What a fucking surprise.
Nice, huh?
So yeah, the character was closer, but then, like, the suit and abilities was more like Whiplash. It's interesting that they called him Whiplash instead of... Who knows? Oh yeah, he talks about that in the movie, about how he was supposed to be, like, Russian's Captain America. But then, like, something happened, and they basically just, like, used him as a scapegoat, so now he's just a fucking convict, basically. But he was supposed to be, like, their super soldier.
Nice shot.
And sadly, that was one of the problems I had with the movie. I felt like, what is going on this hole? I feel like he didn't get a chance to, like, be cool. He was more like comic relief, and he did a good job of it, but he didn't get any, like, good, like, action scenes or anything like that, which was kind of unfortunate. I think he says in the movie that... I don't remember if it's that he fought Cap or if that he met him. Because he asks Natasha, like, did he say anything about me? And she's like, what are you talking about? Did Captain America say anything about me? And it's been 30 years and that's all you have to ask me? That wasn't rough, it was waist area, I think. It couldn't have, yeah, it couldn't have been that he fought Steve, though, right?
Nice shot.
Because how fucking old? I mean, if he's a super soldier, he's probably he's been alive for a while, but he would have had to have been alive since the 40s if he actually tussled Steve at some point. I don't remember. That's why I should watch the movie again. And I don't think the movies ever highlight... They don't talk about there being another Captain America between that period. So we don't know if they, like, gave the mantle to someone else.
Double bogey.
I know they do in the comics, but in the movies, that's not addressed. Unless it's the Captain America from the end of Endgame that goes... maybe he fought that one? That's where things get fucky, right? Yeah, they do U.S. Agent in Falcon and Winter Soldier. John Walker. Which fucking psychopath that guy was. No, it's just Walker. There's not... I mean, he is Captain America. Like, they basically con Sam into giving the shield up to put it in a museum. And then their plans were to just give it to another Captain America. And they pick John Walker. So he is Captain America for, like, several episodes. But then, like, at the end of it, they're like... That's when he, like, becomes U.S. Agent. Oh, do you mean Asaya? I guess they kinda talk about, like... I guess they kinda talk about that. I forgot about that. Maybe... I don't think he was a Captain America, though. He was just a super soldier. I guess there's a difference, right?
Ready?
Honestly, I feel like I should already rewatch some of the Disney Plus shows, too. There's probably a lot of details that I just completely missed. Yeah, he was alive all that time because he knew Bucky from his Winter Soldier days.
Nice on.
That's how they find him.
Nice shot. Nice on.
This is the last hole, right? Yeah. Which, by the way, I'm just assuming, but I'm starting to get a little bit more lax on... Because I love talking about this stuff. But for the longest time, I was like, I can't talk about it because I don't want to spoil it for people. I think I'm starting to get to the point, though, where I'm like, if you haven't watched it by now, like, what the fuck are you doing? Go watch it. With the exception of What If, because What If is, like, still currently airing, so I'm willing to let that one go. Because I think if people want to wait till the end and then watch it all in one go, I think that's completely understandable, so I'm not gonna... Don't really want to talk about that stuff yet, but...
Nice on.
But even Endgame, I think I went, like, a year before I was even willing to talk about that at all. Which was, like, maybe pushing it. And even now, I'm still kind of like, well, there might be people who haven't seen it. But at this point, if you haven't seen it, what the fuck are you... What are you doing? Go watch it. Especially if you have Disney Plus. Like, what are you waiting for? Unless you just don't have that much of an interest, then stop caring about spoilers. It's like me caring about spoilers for... Halo. I'm never gonna play those games, so it's like, who fucking... Like, why would I care? Yeah, I think the one thing I'm willing to say is, like, what the episodes are about, loosely, like, what the titles are. This week's episode was What If Ultron won? And it was kind of fucking great. With the exception of the fact that, like, the guy that plays Ultron's totally fine. He does a perfectly fine job. But I wish it would have been the guy that played him in the movie. That I'm forgetting the name of. Because I really like the guy that played him in the movie, too. So it's like... It's a slightly different Ultron. It's still a good Ultron. But they try to sell it as the MCU Ultron, and it's like, it's not the MCU Ultron. It's different. And there's also the fact that, like, this is the second episode where Black Widow has been, like, a key character, and Scarlett Johansson doesn't play her in either case, which is kind of a bummer. And that was before the lawsuit, which is now settled, so, you know. For those playing along at home. Oh, yikes. That's rough. This was not a good night for Blue. Wow, Pauline actually finished fucking on par. That doesn't happen very often.
Nice birdie.
I also think that there's a certain level of context to spoilers. Like, clearly, if we're sitting here talking about Marvel stuff, and Scarlett says, "Oh, I haven't seen Endgame yet, and I'm planning on watching it this weekend," then clearly it's like we should probably shut the fuck up about Endgame, right? Because if Blue is like, I'm gonna watch all the way through to Endgame. There's 23 movies, and I'm on movie 18. Like, I'm almost there. That's a little bit different because they're kind of working their way there actively. But if someone's like, I've never watched any of the movies and I don't have any plans to watch them, like, then shut the fuck up about spoilers. Like, chances are you're not even gonna understand what we're talking about. So is that big of a deal? Anyway. Oh, Laura Bailey. Laura Bailey does not voice her in What If. The person that does voice her, I don't remember her name, but she does sound like Scarlett Johansson, like, enough. It sounds like the character, at least. So it's not too jarring. If they got Laura Bailey, it wouldn't sound like Scarlett Johansson, right? So... It's just kind of weird because, like, she has the wrong voice coming out of her, and then she's standing right next to Hawkeye, who has the right voice coming out of him. Like, they actually got Jeremy Renner for that part. The voice acting is strange sometimes because they get, like... They didn't get Chris Evans to play Captain America. Or Steve Rogers, rather. And they didn't get Robert Downey Jr., and they didn't get Scarlett Johansson. But they did get Michael Douglas as Pym. And they did get Kurt Russell as Ego. And it's like, how'd you get these, like, real big name, like, way bigger name actors? But you couldn't, like, I guess they just said no, right? I guess they just didn't want to do it. Anyways, it's kind of weird sometimes. Why do you restrict the Miis when we play? Because Miis are, like, kind of overpowered. There's no, like, auto-balancing for Miis. So there's nothing stopping you from going into Golf Adventure and max leveling your Mii and giving them basically god stats and then taking them online. It would, like, completely trivialize every other character, basically. Unfortunately. I wish that wasn't the case. I wish they were, like, auto-balanced in some way so that we could use them, but as far as I know, they're not. They're just... If you take a level 100 Mii, and you will just be stronger than the entire cast, as well as, like, a level 20 Mii. There's no balancing of their stats. Again, as far as I know, that might be incorrect. Maybe there is a system like that, and I just don't know because I haven't been using them. And yeah, Chadwick Boseman was in, like, 3 or 4 episodes so far. Like, these are his, like, final performances as the character. And it's weird because the one episode he like gives this whole speech about death too. It's just like it's kind of like makes you wonder. It makes you wonder. He does. I mean, he gives that speech in the movie too, where or I think in Civil War he gives it, where he's talking about how like in their culture death isn't the end. It's just like a stepping off point. He gives that same speech in one of the What If episodes, which is like really bittersweet now. Now knowing everything we know, you know what I mean? Anyway, I guess I should add up scores before we stop for the night and perhaps get our handicaps for next week. So I broke even on that one. Tonight was not Blues night. You hate to see it. Dino and I are now tied. And Pauline actually dropped because she scored par. Which I think she should actually be -4 for the night, shouldn't she? Yeah, that sounds right. But yeah, they have a level up stat element that just is going to make them not balanced for multiplayer, is what it comes down to. Unless we all have God Me's, but at that point, who cares? It's kind of not that fun at that rate. Yeah, I'm gonna have -3 next week. That sucks. Eno's gonna have 2 under. Yikes, Blue, you're gonna have +4. It's rough. Oh yeah, that's not including Bonnie. Yeah, I didn't add that in yet. We could potentially not include it just because she got disconnected, but we probably don't want to account for that. Because I feel like there's at least 1 disconnect per week. Unless you mean don't count her score, in which case I wasn't. Oh, wait. No. Pauline still had 3 matches. So yeah, she's still 4 under. That's not including Bonnie. Yeah, if I were to include Bonnie Greens. Oh, that's not right. Hold on. Yeah, I'd be 4 under next week if I included Bonnie. Yours is questionable, because it would be -2.6, which we would technically round up to 3, although it's like just barely within the round up point. But yeah, I do think our scores on Bonnie is just even with wind turned up, I think the scores are just too good on that course. I think they're just too easy. Oh, I actually didn't know what Norm Macdonald passed to. I never looked into it. So it was just cancer, that he just wasn't... I mean, it makes sense that these people would not want to tell anyone about it. Maybe wind might have not actually been high either, yeah. That's possible. I feel like that's higher wind than usual, though. But we also didn't see anything too crazy, either. I don't know. I think I am just gonna... I think we're gonna discredit that one, and I think we're just gonna, unfortunately, avoid... I mean, we could still do Rookie, Bonnie, New Donk, it's just we won't count those towards the overall score for the month. Because I think those scores are just a little too skewed. And consistently skewed at that. Because realistically, you could say that Bonnie was a disadvantage just because Theo wasn't there for it. And if Theo was there, he probably would have scored... I'm gonna undershoot and say at least like 4 under. Which would have boosted... That would have completely changed his score, basically. Like, he would have then been 2 under for the night. Which would then push his handicap to 2 under next week. Like, that... It shifts the handicaps way too much, I think. Yeah, I think we can just skip those 3 courses without too much difficulty. Because we still have how many otherwise? Like 6? And we did 6 rounds tonight, so even if we do each round, even if we do each map once. Now, granted, we did do less matches tonight because I did ranked at the beginning of the night. So, we did a little bit less than usual. I think we would have had time for, like, 1 additional round tonight if it wasn't for that. I also figured that if anyone only has 1 round, and they score, they score under, that it would just be an automatic handicap of 1 under for the next week. We didn't have that happen tonight, but in the case of that actually happening... Anyway. Let's wrap it up. I'll get the scorecard all set up for next week. I'll put the totals on the side, and get the handicaps fixed up, and bless you. And, yeah, reminder, we'll play this on Friday or Saturday next week. It depends on if my copy of Metroid Dread gets here on time or not. If it does get here on time, we'll play Metroid Dread on Friday and play golf on Saturday. If it doesn't get here on time, then we'll play golf on Friday and probably have to move Metroid Dread to like Tuesday or some shit. So hopefully it's not late. But we'll see what happens. I should account for it not being here on time because that seems to happen more often than not. So yeah, we'll come back next weekend, either Friday or Saturday. And yeah, I'll have the card all updated by then. I'm not going to worry about it now, because it's just going to be some dead air while I do math, and erase a bunch of stuff and rewrite it, and I don't think it's that important. You can still see your totals for tonight, which is kind of all you need to see, right? I feel like there was something else I wanted to point out. I guess I wanted to do shoutouts for everyone for the top 5 viewers of September. I didn't get a chance to do that yesterday. I believe it was Volpe, Theo, Eno, Guy, and Scarlet in that order. Yeah, it looks right. Which I'm glad that I've been keeping the top 5, because I do think I'm going to... I think I might only use top 3. I decided that for the art montage that we'll probably do some... I think we're going to do a roulette, is what we're going to do. I'm going to get, like, a roulette wheel, and then I'll put everyone will have a space for, like... It's hard to explain, and I'm tired. Like, the first place slot will be, like, larger than the second place, which will be larger than the third place. And then you'll have multiple slots based on how many months you get in the top 3. I think that sounds better than... That way I can restrict it and say, the montage is going to have 12 characters, I'll spin the wheel 12 times. As opposed to... Even if I just took the list and took the first person of every month, that would already be 12 picks a year. At that point, it's going to start getting out of hand. Because if I want to start including other people after that, then it's going to... Like, 12 is already a lot. The GDQ montages I did are around 30 characters. I'd like to... I don't necessarily want to go higher than maybe 24. But we still have a ways to go before we start figuring that out. Anyway, let's get out of here. I'm hungry. So, thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. I'll be off tomorrow. We'll be back on Sunday with more Twilight Princess. Monday we'll start Castlevania. Tuesday and Thursday will be Twilight Princess, and then Friday will be Metroid Dread or Mario Golf, depending on if Metroid Dread gets here on time or not. We probably won't finish Twilight Princess by then, so if I had to guess, if all goes according to plan, it'll be Metroid Dread Friday, Saturday Mario Golf, Sunday Twilight Princess, Monday Castlevania, Tuesday Metroid Dread. I might reroute and put Metroid on Sunday if I'm just, like, in fucking love with it, and I just kind of want to get through it before anything potentially gets spoiled. Before someone comes in and says, you have to fight 3 Ridleys at once or something. So we'll see. We'll see how captivated I am by it on Friday. So yeah, take it easy. Have a nice weekend. I will see you guys on Sunday for more Twilight Princess.